All right, so where is my slides? Right here. So yeah, about me. Intro, what we'll cover, what's missing, right? We talk about OpenTelemetry and these things, who's behind it, other notable projects, vendors supporting OTel, OTel signals, OTLP, what the collector is. Yeah, I read YouTube comments, Sam. What's up? Right? Okay, so what instrumentation is. Setting up the collector. The repo for the collector. Right? Collector config. We go into what receivers are. The Next.js integration. Most of what you can find is at this URL. Warning, it's experimental. Here's the register call. So here's some defaults that apply to both a manual integration as well as Vercel OTel. For all of these spans and traces, etc., you're going to get these attributes. Some of them have all of these. Some of them only have a few of them. Here's some common spans, such as the method and route, or a fetch request for the method and URL, generating metadata for a page, blah, blah, blah. Here's some app router specific spans. Here's some page router specific spans. This is how you can set up your own custom span. And Vercel provides an OpenTelemetry dev setup. Yes, it is, Sam. Yes, social engineering is a thing. Watch the movie Hackers at the very beginning, or Hackers 2 Takedown. The most significant parts of hacks in that film, or in those films, the most realistic hacks in those films are social engineering. Phishing emails are social engineering. I really do think you could have Googled that, though. All right, so then we talk about the Node SDK and how logging is not part of it. It's in development still. Not something we're going to cover. We then go into Vercel OTel. It is a package that is Edge runtime compatible and works on Vercel or self-hosted. Here's where you set it up via instrumentation.ts. Next, we dig into manual configuration, which is not Edge runtime compatible by default. Here's what your instrumentation.ts file will look like, and because it's not Edge runtime specific, you would then end up doing Node.js stuff. John Hammond. Isn't John Hammond the guy from Jurassic Park? Are you social engineering me right now? He spared no expense. All right, so then this is what it might look like if you want to set up your instrumentation.node.ts file custom. This is where you would just load the Node SDK, right? Set up your service name for the resource, And then this is your span processor that would be just a standard OTLP trace exporter. And you can set up your own callbacks and things if you want to do some extra stuff with it. Sure. Vercel Edge, which is Cloudflare under the hood, as far as I know. Wait until is needed if you do want to try and support Vercel Edge. This is an API that you can get access to from the Cloudflare docs and understand what it's doing. So then, what is missing from this talk? Sam, John Hammond from Jurassic Park is a fictional character. If there's a real person named John Hammond, cool. That's a weird coincidence. So then, yeah, what's missing here, right? So client-side tracing. Client instrumentation for the browser is experimental and mostly unspecified. You can wire things up yourself, but that involves just calling out to your backend to record an event as part of a span. Another thing that we're missing is scaling the collector, right? And another thing as well are sessions where you tie the front end to back end traces and you get a view of what the user did in your application, right, as a replay. So session replay is not something that I'm really covering. So how does Highlight help you with some of these things? Well, Highlight's not in the business of trying to convince people to use their product when it's not the right fit for them. Session replay is their bread and butter and the most important aspect of their tooling, but they also do error monitoring and logging. Here we would show a comparison of less boilerplate between the implementations. They also handle scaling via the collector that they're hosting. So you don't have to worry about scaling that out because scaling is, you know, it takes time and you have to have someone that you pay to do so. Session replay, a GIF or video about it. Wrapping up. So do we think there's any major parts of OTel that I skipped on, right? That I should probably like add to these slides before we do a proper talk through of these things, not just me doing that really, really quick run through. And again, this doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to at least like get the easy stuff out of the way. Because if you guys comment on it, the Highlight guys are probably going to comment on it too. Anything you think is missing, just let me know. If not, I'm going to do a recording of me talking through it. All right, I think we're good. No one has any major comments. Damn, I didn't realize we had 50 slides. Some of them are like placeholders, which makes sense. All right, so let me get this set up. I think they're okay with the music going. I might turn it down just a little bit, though. Alrighty. And yeah, so I might not respond to too many comments while I'm doing this recording, because this recording is for some critique and review from the Highlight guys to make sure that I'm checking the boxes they care about. So here we go. And I think we can knock through this pretty quickly. So yeah, just even what we were talking about just now, I think we're good. What do you mean, Sam? How is my Twitch chat while streaming? It's fine. I was saying I'm not going to respond to Twitch chat that much while I'm doing this part as well, though. What you see below here, that is my Twitch chat. All right, OTel show and tell using Next.js and OpenTelemetry. So first, a little bit about me. I'm on Twitch as CM Griffing, I'm on YouTube as CM Griffing, I'm on Twitter as CM Griffing, and even LinkedIn as CM Griffing. I think you're seeing a pattern here. Here's where a screenshot of my Twitch stream would be. Here's where a screenshot of my YouTube channel would be. But now let's move on to a quick intro about what OpenTelemetry even is. So what are we going to cover first? We're going to go into what is OTel. We're going to go into setting up a collector. We're going to talk about the server setup with Next.js. And we're going to just briefly talk about what a client setup with Next.js might look like, but it's not going to be something we actually really cover in this talk. And then after that, we're going to discuss maybe what Highlight brings to the table that makes some of these other things just easier. What is missing from this talk? A full client setup, scaling the collector, right? How you would handle scaling that, etc. A lot of Vercel-specific implementation details are going to be missing. We're going to just gloss over that part a bit because I want to really dig into the custom aspect of it. And then sessions in general, like session replay, that is very Highlight.io specific, and digging into that can happen in a later video or later content. So first off, OpenTelemetry, or OTel as we might call it here from time to time. What is it? So OpenTelemetry is actually just Open Tracing and Open Census combined, right? So they took two projects that were already part of the CNCF, Cloud Native Computing Foundation or something like that. And then they combined them together into OpenTelemetry, and then they're adding more stuff on top of it as they go. So it's a CNCF incubator project. It started out as just an experimental project, and now it is fully incubated, and it is used all over the place. There are three core concepts to think about when you think about OpenTelemetry. So tracing, metrics, and logs. Tracing is think about all of the things that happen as a user goes through your application, right? It's not just a single event of page was shown, but it's page was shown, fetch request was made, all of these things kind of like traceable through a user's path throughout your application. Metrics are basically, the memory consumed by your backend when a user hit a certain route. Things like that. The CPU load, the amount of data transferred over the wire, network and bandwidth wise. Even like timings and things like that. Those are the metrics that we might care about. Stuff that you might send to Prometheus. And then finally, logs. Logs are more just like individual things in time. And for the most part, you're going to get better value from attaching logs to a trace or to a span of some kind. But there are some times where you just simply want to log that something happened. So why was OpenTelemetry made? Observability. In many cases, our applications are a black box, and we can only understand what we get out of them, the outputs of your application. Observability is an attempt to actually dig into that black box and see how things are working under the hood and see things that we might be able to improve and optimize. Now, there are just too many independent solutions. Datadog, New Relic, there's too many. Dynatrace, I'm not going to be able to list all of them. OpenTelemetry will actually help you solve this problem in a way that you might just need to wire up where your OpenTelemetry data goes and still use OpenTelemetry compatible tooling, etc., which means that you have to rewrite less of your app if you want to change providers, things like that. So kind of reducing vendor lock-in. Most of the vendors actually add more on top so that you end up sticking with them because they have a thing that others don't have, or they do things in a certain way that others don't. So they're still going to attempt to do vendor lock-in because that is the entire thing that makes their business work. But the idea is that you can still be somewhat portable with the baseline stuff that all of these things kind of need to operate in general anyway. So let's look at a relevant timeline. In 2010, there was a Google white paper about Dapper, a thing that they use internally at Google. In 2012, then there was a tool called Zipkin that was inspired by Dapper, made by Twitter, and then open sourced. Then after that, Jaeger was introduced, which is another tracing tool that was created by Uber and then open sourced and brought into the CNCF. And around the same time, Open Tracing was a CNCF hosted project as well. So Jaeger and Open Tracing actually released in the same year. I think technically Open Tracing was first, but Jaeger was brought into the fold because all of these things are important for people trying to establish large scale enterprise style infrastructure. So yeah, right? Open Tracing is the third CNCF hosted project. It is a consistent, expressive, and this is the important part to me, vendor neutral set of APIs. After that, Open Census was a set of Google tools for maybe collecting open tracing reports and logs and things like that. And then finally, those were all part of the CNCF at one point. And then OpenTelemetry merged them together in 2019. So Open Tracing and Open Census combined into OpenTelemetry actually fairly recently. 5 years is actually kind of a long time, but I digress. So who is behind OpenTelemetry? Well, I mentioned the CNCF recently. It is the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. I'm glad I got that right. Yes. It is part of the Linux Foundation, which is huge, right? It means that there is a lot of open source work behind it from enterprise companies to make sure that they are all kind of working together towards a common goal, which kind of reduces the amount of cost they have to put towards these things internally. If everyone is contributing towards it, everyone can benefit from it. So you're going to see names like Google, Red Hat, Twitter, Intel, IBM, and many more that are actually part of the Linux Foundation and CNCF. And their concerted effort has actually made a whole bunch of things like Kubernetes as popular and awesome as it is. Other notable CNCF projects are Containerd, which you might be familiar with when using Docker. There is Core DNS. There's etcd, which is a distributed key value store. There's Helm, which most people are familiar with from a Kubernetes standpoint. There's Jaeger, which is open tracing. And there's Kubernetes itself, which is just huge at this point, but it's a more like a cloud agnostic way of getting things that AWS kind of provides. So Kubernetes was almost, in my opinion, and I think the documentary from Honeypot backs it up, it was created and contributed to by Google and Microsoft because they realized they needed some way to take some market share away from AWS. So if you are using Kubernetes, you can get all of these AWS style services as Kubernetes tools, and then that makes you fully portable from provider to provider. So I think that is a major thing that a lot of people might not be aware of. And there's other CNCF projects too. These were just the biggest ones I found. What are some vendors supporting OpenTelemetry? Well, a lot of them these days. Alibaba, AWS, Azure, ClickHouse, Datadog, GCP, Grafana, Highlight, who this video is for, New Relic, Sentry. And I just did these in alphabetical order just, because I didn't want to play favorites. So yeah, I just tried to be objective with it. But there's so many more providers, and there's a website, or there's a page on the OpenTelemetry website that covers a lot of this stuff, right? Lists out all of these. And why not say everyone? Because that list would be way too long. So let's actually start talking about these signals, right? I gave you a little bit of it, right? Here's a link to the article or the page on OpenTelemetry that describes these concepts. Traces are a big picture of what happens when a request is made. It is made up of smaller spans together. So you may have things attached to certain spans of relevant parts of an entire request, but the entire trace is really more important to see the big picture. And then finally from there, there's metrics, CPU, RAM, runtime. I kind of went over a lot of this. There's logs that are pretty self-explanatory. And then finally, there's a thing called baggage, which I didn't discuss, but baggage is basically the contextual information that is passed between these signals. So if you have some data that you want to really pass along, such as a unique request ID or things like that, that maybe wouldn't be in the greater trace and you want to tie multiple traces together, such as one user's path through your entire application, not just one route, that is where baggage might help you tie some of those traces together to get a better feel for what you're looking at. One big thing to recognize with OTel is that there is a protocol called OTLP. So it's OpenTelemetry Protocol, I think. I forget the exact what the letters stand for. But it's basically, you've got two ways of sending this over. There's gRPC and there's HTTP. For both of those, you're going to be sending protobuf over the wire, which is a Google-created message serialization format. And it's really nifty because protobuf is language neutral, and it is platform neutral, and it is about structured data. One of the really cool parts about protobuf is you can actually like read parts of protobuf without having to read the entire thing, because you can decide which properties of this structured data actually get shipped first. So you can actually, if you only need the user ID from some payload, you can just grab that and then stop parsing the rest of the message. And then pass that along to maybe some other microservice that cares about the rest of it. And one thing to recognize is that as a protocol, and as a protobuf in general, there are going to be parts of that protobuf that are stable and parts that are maybe less stable. So stable means that it will be backwards compatible and they're planning on supporting it everywhere, whereas less stable things may be experimental or brand new and not supported everywhere yet. Another big thing to think about when we're talking about OpenTelemetry is the collector. And this is really just a service or a Docker container or whatever that you spin up, and it is there to simply take in and receive, process, and export OpenTelemetry data. It's not 100% necessary. What you can do with it is you can actually just send this data straight out to Prometheus or Jaeger or all these other things. But instead, with the collector, you can actually do retries. You can do batching. You can do encryption and even like filtering of sensitive data. All of this happens in one place rather than inside your application, because doing that inside your applications would lead to bloat. If you do it in one part of your application, you might have to do it in other parts too. And it gets really like just... don't repeat yourself, right? Keep things dry and let the collector kind of like do these common things for you, such as retries, batching, encryption, etc. Another important aspect is instrumentation. So there's a couple different types of instrumentation. There's automatic instrumentation, which is no-code based. And because this is very Node.js focused with Next.js, we're going to look at some of the stuff that you can get for Node from NPM. You would pull down auto instrumentation's node, and you can actually just run that, when you're setting up your OpenTelemetry stuff inside of Next or whatever, and you can automatically wire up to Express's like instrumentation endpoints of like when a request happens, things like that. You can wire up to Fastify or even like the HTTP module when requests are made out of your service to another service. And there's 32 total things in there. This is just really useful for identifying which parts of your application are spending their time doing what. You can't always control what the AWS SDK is doing and taking its time doing, but knowing how long that takes is still important to get a good view of what time is being spent where. And then beyond that, there's going to be custom instrumentations where you could wire up your own wiring to like your application of when certain things happen, when a request went out to a microservice and came back, things like that. You might want to wire up how long certain functions are taking to run, things like that as well. And then finally, there's going to be library-specific things that are basically just wrapping the interfaces to third-party libraries and stuff. So subscribing to library-specific callbacks might be one of it. Or translating existing telemetry into OpenTelemetry. And that may be relevant to Datadog or some of these other providers that have shipped SDKs that do their own thing, but then there's maybe a custom library on top of that that wraps it into proper OTel data, such as encoding it into gRPC or OTLP for you. So yeah, some of these library-specific things are useful, but I'm not going to dig too much deeper into that. Now on to the fun part, right? We did some like learning about what these things are. Let's look at the how. The how is always more fun. So how do we set up the collector? Well, there's a couple ways to use it. You could use it as a library or standalone. And there's the repo for it. You can just pull it down. The one thing to remember, though, is that it is a Go binary that is 264 megabytes large. So you probably don't want to include this in your Git repo. You probably want to git ignore it and then use a Git hook or some other script to fetch it and bring it into your code base. The The collector config consists of 5 major parts that I'll dig a little deeper into as we go through it, but for the main part, they are receivers, processors, extensions, exporters, and services. A receiver is basically how the collector takes in data from your application. So you would set up the protocols, the endpoints that you would want to receive from, and it will spin these up under the hood for you. So you could actually change the ports or the URLs however you see fit. The common case is just it's all localhost and no big deal. So here we're setting up OTLP, we're giving it 2 separate protocols, and those protocols are going to be gRPC and HTTP, and there we go. When we think of processors, these are some of those like batching calls, or maybe, encryption, or, just memory limiting how much things use, etc. These are then going to be called later, and I'll dig into that more, but you're basically setting up what these are for reuse within the rest of your config. That way you're not repeating the batching or the memory limiter config. And, again, do not repeat yourself type stuff. Here's another bit that's interesting. It's called extensions. The only way I've ever used them, and the only way I'm familiar with so far, is what if you wanted to set up your client auth and not have this like Prometheus user Prometheus path when you're actually defining like the auth for the Prometheus, what's the name? Exporter, right? So you're going to see a little bit of that, but for the most part, these extensions are things that are just meant to be used with other things. So here we're setting up a basic auth for Prometheus. So basic auth is actually the extension name, and then /Prometheus is a namespace we gave it for use later because you may want to set up multiple basic auths. And it might make more sense when you see the next slide. So here we can see that we have exporters. One is just debug, which is just going to print things out to our terminal if we're running locally. And we can tell it the verbosity we want, various config for that. Another exporter is the OTLP exporter, and that one is, let's say we want to send that to Tempo on Grafana. There we would set our headers and authorization, and this is where an extension might give us a chance to not have to repeat the headers and authorization part as much. With Grafana, you're going to have a different user for all of these, so you might as well just be setting these up individually. But if you do want to establish some reuse, you can do that as well. And you can see how I'm doing this for Loki, Prometheus remote write. Big important thing, Prometheus remote write is the one to use if you want to write remotely. Prometheus otherwise is a local Prometheus instance. So something to be aware of. That was something that got me when I was fiddling with some of this. And then lastly, this is actually the important part. So the services that we care about. This is where we're going to set up which receiver, which is OTLP over here, right? We see OTLP is Tempo at Grafana. That is going to be the receiver for this, and you could actually set up multiple receivers if you want. This is also where we might set up the memory limiter or the batching. In metrics, we do something similar where I set the receiver to be OTLP, and then we do our memory limiter and batching as well. But the exporters for these are separate. So we want debug as the exporters for all of them, but the OTLP exporter is maybe, going to be different between these. So that's where we have these exporters. They are individual URLs and auth, and we want to configure them for each one of these types of pipeline. One thing to point out is on the Grafana free tier, I was getting payload too large type stuff. So that's why I turned off batching right now. So, your mileage may vary depending on what you're wiring up to, and your receivers and exporters may be different. You may want to combine and use some of the same ones, etc. So this is just where you could individually configure the different types of things that you want to set up the collector to collect and then forward on to whatever service. Whew. In one of my normal talks, this is where we definitely would have had a joke or a pun, but we're just going to keep going. So now for the Next.js integration, you can get most of what I'm going to be talking about for the Next.js integration from this article on nextjs.org. They have a fantastic article for it. One warning though, all of this is experimental. So you do have to set the experimental.instrumentation hook flag to true within your Next.js config. So keep that in mind. None of this is actually fully ready yet, but most Next.js applications probably need to use this. So yeah, there's going to be this register call, and we're going to dig more into that here in a second. But Next.js calls this register call in all environments once when a new Next.js server instance is initiated. This is slightly different when you're on the edge, where it's a, serverless environment, and that gets called pretty much for every serverless call instead. But this instrumentation, or this register globals or whatever, is useful. So one thing to know is, like, if you want to set up a bunch of globals for your application, the best place to do that is here in register, because it is guaranteed to be called once, whereas some of your other stuff might be cached. So registering some of these globals is important. You want to put it inside of this register function rather than outside, because outside of it, it could be getting cached. You might also then look at different types of instrumentation, but based upon which environment you're going to be targeting. So for just Node.js, you might do instrumentation Node, but for the Edge runtime, you might have a different set of instrumentation to set up. So incredibly important to use this register function, and we'll see. This part's actually really interesting. So Next.js establishes a set of default traces and also like things that they attach to those traces and to the spans that is actually applicable to a manual integration or a Vercel OTel integration. So that's something really important to recognize. No matter how you are integrating OpenTelemetry into a Next.js application, all of these things apply, and you don't need to necessarily do custom work for it. So Next.js specific attributes would be something like the span name, the span type, the next route that was the pattern of the request the user hit, whether it was an RSC request, such as a prefetch, or an internal value such as next.page for the app router. So think about this as like the route to a special file. So maybe page TS, layout TS, loading TS, some of those things that are not necessarily like your routes, but also just like the meta routes within a Next app. It can be used as a unique identifier only when paired with next.route. So next.page may actually be used in a bunch of places, but if you combine next.page with the route you rendered, then you get more insight into possibly the layout TS file and that route that was rendered. So very useful. You need to identify both group A layout.ts or group B layout.ts, right? Or let me just put it this way. The layout could be used in multiple places. Next.page would just be layout.ts. You need the full route to know which group it might have been part of. These are the common spans that Next.js is automatically instrumenting for you. You can think of it as automatic instrumentation. They're going to give you the HTTP method and route. They're going to give you fetch requests to a method and route. The metadata for a page, right? When you generate the metadata, resolving page components, resolving segment modules, and even like the start of the response and things like that. So these spans are incredibly common. Then there are some spans that are specific to the type of routing you're using within Next.js. These right here, right? Render route app and executing API route app. Those are app router specific. Next.js spans for pages are also similar, but remember, pages have different APIs, so they're going to have different span names. So get server-side props and the route you did it for. Get static props and the route you did it for. Render route pages and the route you did it for. These are all incredibly important because what if you're doing something really slow, right? The user will report a slow page load, but how do you know where that slowness is coming from? Is it get server-side props, get static props, or rendering the route such as a slow-performing component? We don't know. And that's why OpenTelemetry is so important. If you wanted to set up your own custom span, you can actually look at some of the conventions for that. Right? So what you name your span could actually be important. And that's why we saw next dot and something, right? So there's going to be a bunch of conventions for a bunch of different services and tools. And here you probably want to scope your span with a specific name, not just fetch GitHub stars, right? You want to give it just some like outer scope. So here what we see is we need to use trace from the OpenTelemetry API. This is basically a global thing, right? A singleton that allows us to fetch various traces and things like that. It allows us to then get the tracer that is named Next.app, because you can have multiple tracers within your application as well. And then finally, we can start our own custom span in which maybe we're fetching GitHub stars from a third party, etc. Technically, some automatic instrumentation should have caught this, such as the fetch, such as nodes HTTP. But if you wanted to give it some special name, this is where that becomes more useful. And here we would just simply make sure that we end the span when we're actually done with it. One more really good part of what OpenTelemetry means in Next.js, or let me put it this way. One thing that Vercel and Next.js provide you is a dev environment to kind of like test and fiddle with this stuff when you're local. So Docker Compose is how they do this. And what it does is, in addition to the collector itself, it's also going to spin up Jaeger, Zipkin, and Prometheus for you to kind of like get the values after it's gone through the collector, and you can then like see what's making it to these services without incurring cloud costs at, you know, some Grafana server or things like that, right? This is to maybe help prevent, you know, when you're in dev mode, spending a bunch of money on data that doesn't actually matter to your application. One important aspect is that the Node SDK does not support logging yet. We can see that the SDK status and even the API status for it is in development still. So we're not going to be covering logs very much in what we're talking about. And that is really kind of what Highlight offers. They have their own way of ingesting logs for you that makes that like nice and easy and relevant within the dashboard and application. So the main stuff we're going to get at is how we do tracing, and we might briefly touch on metrics. The easiest way to get going with Next.js, besides Highlight, is to use Vercel OTel. This is a package on NPM, and it is Edge runtime compatible, and it will work on Vercel or even with self-hosted. So the @Vercel namespace is a little misleading, but if you're self-hosting Next.js, you can still totally use this package. To set it up is actually really easy. You just import register OTel, and inside that register function we called, you don't need to scope it to Node or Edge, because that's going to be something that they're going to be doing on their own inside of the package. And then you just simply assign a service name so that you can identify these things in your dashboards later. So that was really quick. That was the Vercel OTel setup. It's pretty straightforward. It's actually about the same as if you were going to do it with Highlight. The manual configuration gets a little more verbose, and it is not Edge runtime compatible. So keep in mind, like we said, we don't get the Edge. That means we have to scope it to process.env.next runtime and make sure that we're only doing this when we're in the Node.js environment. So we're going to have a separate instrumentation file, not just this one here. And one thing to remember is that the instrumentation.ts file needs to live at the top level of your application, not inside of your pages folder or app folder. So keep that in mind. This lives at the top level next to your Next.js config. So here in instrumentation.node.ts, this is where we kind of set up a bit more of, bringing in the OpenTelemetry libraries, such as the Node SDK, the trace exporter. We need to create a resource for our application. A lot of these things are probably being done under the hood by Vercel/OTel, but here we have to wire it up ourselves if we want to do it separately. There is something nice about doing it separately where you can then set up your own auto instrumentation and then bring that auto instrumentation into this Node SDK config as well. So if you want to set up a whole bunch of other things that Vercel OTel might not support yet, you're kind of stuck with the manual config. And that might be wiring up an Express server if you're running that within the same instance. I don't know why you'd do that. More like if you wanted to wire up direct HTTP calls or AWS SDK instrumentation, things like that. That is where you would actually want to do the manual config, because I'm not aware of how to do that with Vercel OTel yet. They just might not have it documented. It might be supported. I just haven't seen it. Now, theoretically, and I'm not aware of this, I haven't done it yet myself, you could possibly make this run on Vercel Edge, but there's some work you'd have to do. Because it's Cloudflare under the hood, one of the big things you need to be aware of is wait until. So you're going to need to use this wait until API. and call this on Cloudflare workers. And, you know, one thing I noticed is that Highlight.io's SDK has a polyfill for wait until if it's not available, just to make sure that their SDK kind of runs wherever it needs to. So what is missing? What haven't I covered? Right? Client-side tracing. We didn't talk about any of that. All I was talking about so far was server-side stuff. So client-side tracing means like, well, you know, did the user click a certain button? Did the user, you know, which button did they click to make that back-end endpoint fire? Because sometimes in your application, you might have a delete button in a bunch of different places. Maybe one in a modal, maybe one in like a table view, all sorts of stuff. So you don't know which button actually initiated that click. So I didn't really cover how you would do that. But for the most part, you would just set up a function that calls to your server and then attaches that span value for you. And then you can see which button they clicked. And that's also useful for maybe A/B testing and things like that. Another thing I didn't dig into, and probably won't in this video, is scaling the collector, right? Because that's really just infrastructure stuff, right? Scaling any service is really outside the scope of OpenTelemetry in general. That's your job as a backend engineer or a cloud engineer. And then finally, what about sessions? Sessions are really the front end and the back end combined together. And it kind of ties into client-side tracing, but sessions could also be like a replay of everything the user did in your app. And that is one of the bread and butter situations of Highlight. So how does Highlight help? One big thing, they are not in the business of trying to convince you to use their product if it's not the right fit. But I do think that their session replay is compelling enough that it's worth checking out. So yeah, session replay gives you a full view of what the user did in your application from the front end to the back end. They also do error monitoring, and they also do logging. And those are really things that we didn't necessarily dig into, but from your front end, from your Next.js, application, getting all of these things is incredibly useful for just understanding how users are using your application. So one big part of Highlight is less boilerplate. And here we would have an image of the manual configuration versus the Highlight configuration. And remember that Highlight does more than just the Vercel OTel package because they do client-side stuff. They do error monitoring. They do logging. So a lot of those things are things you'd have to wire up on your own. And there's just less boilerplate if you want to use Highlight instead. Another big thing is they have their own collector, so you don't have to worry about scaling that. In many cases, scaling the collector is something that you would need someone on call for because if it goes down, you no longer have any insights into how your app is being used. And that's a huge problem in some cases. Anytime that you're not getting data means that there's a chance you're not catching a major issue for your users. And then finally, session replay. Here is where a GIF or a video of what session replay looks like and how it's used. That's what we would show right here. And yeah, it's really, really useful for just understanding how users are using your application. So wrapping up, I know I spoke long and hard about that. My voice is definitely getting a little hoarse because I spoke a little fast and loud about it. But yeah, I think OpenTelemetry is incredibly useful. If you're trying to use it with your Next.js applications today, you can wire it up yourself with some existing tools, or you could use Highlight.io and save yourself some effort. All right. How do we feel about that talk? Because I really think that could end up being a meetup talk as well, if I slowed it down a bit. So yeah, how do we feel about it? Any feedback is totally welcome right now. Thanks, Spain. Okay, cool. Yeah, how long was that? I think that's a big part of it. How long was that? Let me look at my my folder here. That was 33 minutes. Whoa, okay. That was a gig. Like 800 megs. Wow. Okay. I think a half hour is pretty good. There may be some content to trim, we may not need as much of the user info. I do think I spoke it at about the speed I would speak it at a meetup, though. So that's pretty good. So yeah, all right. That was the culmination of like a week's worth of streams, distilled down to 33 minutes. So I'll take it. Yeah, we'll have to see if they're stoked on it. All right. So yeah, and I think there's definitely more I need to polish about it. For a YouTube video, I would probably definitely streamline some parts of it. So yeah, people over on YouTube, what do y'all think? Any feedback? Any questions? Let me turn the music back up a bit. Cool. All right, let me double check one thing somewhere. All right. Yeah, the work stuff looks good. Yeah, I actually think that would be a pretty solid video for React Summit. I think they're still doing a CFP, right? CFP is open. How long do workshops need to be? Sure, Laser. Yeah, go for it. Build stuff, man. Build an application. Checking off technologies doesn't actually make you capable of doing anything. So build something. Have you learned any front-end frameworks? If not, you should probably learn a front-end framework too. But mainly, build something. Dude, I mean, you gotta Google this stuff, man. You gotta have some agency over your own life. I just said you should probably learn a front-end framework. So it's not like, it seems like you're not even listening. What's up, Fievel? How you doing? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's fine, Spain. Thank you. And yeah, let me shout out a couple others. Kotlin. Nice. Kanuki. Thank you for the follow. And Spain. Thank you for the follow. So in this talk, I cover the basics and history of OpenTelemetry. I then dig into how one would set things up with their own Next.js server and implementation. Next.js application. Bob, it's Next.js. It is JS specific. When I give a talk at Seattle JS, it is JS specific. Like, come on, Bob. This thing I'm promoting right here is JS specific. It's about React, right? Like the talk I'm submitting to. I make content for experienced people, but with enough keywords that someone inexperienced should be able to put in the work and understand it. I'm not gonna hold somebody's hand. I don't find content like that interesting. I will yawn and zone out a talk like that. I want to make talks that I would want to watch. New Scroll was good. I had a work meeting. All right, so yeah, let's really come up with a good description for this. And I actually want to type these out somewhere else. Oh, that isn't it. Yeah, so over here. All right, so this part is really about, like, you know, let's do the title. So yeah, OTel show and tell. Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. And yeah, let me grab what we got over here. We will cover the basics and history of OpenTelemetry. Key terms and technologies. Yeah, I'm trying to think about how to word this the right way. Then we dig into how one would set things up with their own Next.js application. Wait, really? I don't remember doing the Figma for it. There was a Figma? I thought I did it the way I do most of it. I thought I just did one of these. Grafana Faro. Interesting. You see Thirsty Thursday, you click stream, you enjoy. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing Glasses just finished up, right? About 25 minutes ago. I actually saw the numbers jump about that time. Makes sense. Oh, you sent me a Figma. Okay. Oh, yeah, you totally did. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, good work. Nice. Yeah, good call. All right, so yeah, what we're sipping on right meow. Nika whiskey from the barrel. It's actually pretty gross. It's very, like, moonshiny. Like, you can taste a lot of corn in it. I'm actually not a fan. I just don't like mixing. Yeah, I mean, if you like corn whiskey, it's right up your alley. It's Japanese. Japanese whiskey tends to be a little more corn heavy. At least the ones I've had. But yeah, so Faro. Let me look at that real quick. Yeah, so using Faro instead of something like Highlight or any of those other things, right? So yeah, the video and content we just made is really focused on Highlight because it's sponsored content. Yeah, they're a startup. I think their bread and butter is real user monitoring using session replay. You know, so you can see like a user's actual path. They give you a timeline of it, all that stuff, which is kind of cool. This is their UI for it. You can kind of see like, you know, they're using their own website, and yeah. Yeah, session replay is really like the big part. And I'm guessing Faro doesn't necessarily go quite that far, but maybe it does. Maybe it gets close. Grafana K6? What is Grafana K6? Okay, yeah, like error monitoring, logging, traces, self-hosting, or yeah, like these three big things. But for the main part, though, Hayden, what you're talking about is it still like connects up to the front end, whereas like other OTel stuff is really like back end focused still. Load testing. Okay. Yeah, the only real like load testing tool I've ever really like considered using but never decided to use was Bees with Machine Guns, just because it's the best name. It's the best name. Sure. Yeah, no worries. If you've never heard of Bees with Machine Guns, it's the best name. But it basically is a utility for arming, meaning creating, many bees, which are micro EC2 instances, to attack, i.e. load test, targets, which would be your web applications. It was by the Chicago Tribune. Oh, so hold on. I guess K6 is more about like reporting the results, whereas this is about like just the act of spinning up the bees, right? I don't think this really digs into the results. This is more like to see if you can do this, right? So this is the infrastructure for spinning up the infrastructure or whatever, right? Okay, so it's more about, with K6, you're getting the actual metrics of it, not necessarily just the, like, the load itself. So to get, like, the load value, do you end up doing things like Apache Bench? I find Apache Bench to be a little bit less useful because it's from a single provider, right? Or a single like host. Whereas Bees with Machine Guns is distributed. Yeah, like what is generating the load, I guess, in the case of K6. K6 itself? Okay. So it's probably from one, like, node, right? It parallelizes the workers, but from a single client, I guess, right? Or theoretically, it can orchestrate other clients? Right, you pick the parallel workers, sure. So theoretically, it can do multi-node load testing. Yeah, sounds interesting. So I guess theoretically, though, is K6 capable of spinning up infrastructure? Or does it have to use existing infrastructure? Okay, so theoretically you might use something like bees with machine guns, but not quite. Right, because this is actually going to do the attack part too, rather than just like, you know. Yeah, you need something to like spin up the nodes. And then tell the nodes to do certain things. Right, the telling the nodes to do certain things is what K6 might do. But spinning up the nodes is outside of its scope. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at some of these. Ooh, but it isn't Kbre, right? To reliably test your systems, you need to actually distribute that load because of things like, web application firewalls, etc. Yeah, I would say it's actually not ideal to do it from one machine. You don't actually know how well you can handle a distributed load if you're doing it all from one machine. Yeah, that's my problem with Apache Bench as well. Okay, so Grafana Cloud has their own like way of spinning that stuff up. Got it. That makes more sense. But wait, grafana.altf4.cloud, is that just a DNS proxy, or is this just like self-hosted? I'm gonna guess, knowing Glasses, that he's just self-hosting this. So then would Grafana Cloud even be doing the, like, would this version of Grafana Cloud actually be doing any of that? So is this actually through, like, Grafana's cloud? Okay, it's just on a CNAME. Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. Not sure how much value there even is in that, but, you know, it is prettier. Sure. Yeah, I can see that. There's less value in the aesthetics of that. I'm not saying rebase is unnecessary, but whenever someone uses the justification of a prettier commit graph and why they rebase, I immediately start ignoring them because the aesthetics of your commit graph are meaningless. Right? So I'm much less of an aesthetics for aesthetics' sake. I know there are legitimate cases for it, and I'm fine with that, but if your justification is a pretty commit graph, you've lost me. I'm going to immediately assume you don't know what you're talking about. There are definitely use cases for squash merges too. But if pretty commit graph is the end goal, there's a problem there. Oh, you have. You've never done like the git lg command? Technically, it looks like nothing here because I don't have any like branches. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Yeah, Vexilla is probably it. This is a commit graph right here, where it just shows like your branches and everything kind of merging into each other. Right, so you can get a feel for like what was done when by who, when they were merged, etc. Now, granted, I do most of the work on Vexilla, but the commit graph is still incredibly useful. I get it. Fine, Box Dirty. You've never used it, but you probably should have at some point. If you use GitLens, you can look at it right now. All right, this right here is the commit graph, rendered in a very specific way. Kowalski? Ooh, what is that a reference to? Gravity, Stargate. That's right. Yep, Kowalski, played by John Deel. Yeah. Okay. It's just a common Polish name. I was thinking of Stargate because we watched that just the other day. All right, so your web application employs the web SDK. So that sits on the front end then. And then that stuff gets proxied to your collector, which proxies it to Loki or Tempo, which then goes to Grafana. Okay. And technically, Grafana pulls from Loki and Tempo. Sure. So it's strictly for front-end monitoring. Okay. Yeah, so Hayden, you might have missed it. We just did an entire spiel about OTLP and OTel with Next.js. Technically, the Node SDK doesn't support logs, right, for OpenTelemetry. So if you want to get logs, you have to ship it through traces with Tempo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of this seems back-end specific, though. Right? Like Squid, Snowflake, Redis. Like, none of this seems front-end specific. Oh. Yeah, that is the Grafana agent. Where's the Faro stuff, then? Isn't that what you just sent us? Oh. No, it's what was on their page. That's a big problem I have with any of this stuff, right? There's a lot of, like, draw the rest of the owl type stuff going on. I mean, 2 years ago, they've had time. They've had time. Yeah, I just think the claim that it's because it's new is not correct. It's because a lot of these tools just don't care about documentation as much. They need to hire some proper dev advocates, etc. Yeah, one thing you guys might consider is instead of console log, using something like Pinot. And yeah, the Node SDK has instrumentation for Pinot, but not the Node SDK. The auto instrumentation library for Node does have Pinot instrumentation. But yeah, I'm not sure how that would work on the front end. Sure. Yeah, Winston is nice and it's the old school, but Pinot actually supports like browsers too, which is pretty cool. Sure, but that's just more effort, and then someone else needs to figure out how you're doing it rather than something that's already documented. So yeah, by doing it your preferred way, you're just setting up more of the draw the rest of the owl stuff. Unless you're really good at setting up your own documentation. Statistics would say you're not. No offense, I don't mean you specifically, like none of us are. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, seems cool. Yeah, it's a shame you didn't come here like immediately when Glass is finished, because I was actually recording an entire talk about OpenTelemetry. And that's the part we're kind of doing right now. I want to submit this as a thing to React Summit and some other stuff. No. So the video is not a YouTube video. No, this is just like a rough draft video, and then the YouTube video will be, a couple weeks probably. Maybe. Oh, there you go. That's fun. All right, how do we feel about this description for a presentation to submit to OpenTelemetry? So I like the title. The title's fantastic. OTel Show and Tell, Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. I think it's all right. I think it's a good description. Okay, so here's one thing. Before we go much further, I want to get what we have published up. Like the slides hostable. Oh. All right, so 1 bit. We've got that. I want to get ignore hotel call because it's a bit larger. How do we get the collector? Because I need to make that into a script. Nope. Hold on. Wrong thing. Ah, releases. Yikes. They have releases for everything. Yeah, that's a bit much. Really, really wishing they had an install.sh script I could run. I know, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was someone else's, yeah, that's just, you know, someone made the request. All right, so we're going to do another sh file here. Yeah, and that file is going to be get hotel call AMD 64. Yeah, exactly. It's good. But yeah, what are you sipping on this Thirsty Thursday? Monster Pipeline Punch. Okay. It's a weird thing to mix whiskey with, but whatever. I get you. Nothing wrong with it. Just not one I've seen before. All right. All right. I always forget the curl command for this. I know. I can go to Git machine. Stag barrel proof. Stag, is that one of the like cinnamon things or something? Right? Is that like a flavored one? Here we go to the collector. It's chmod. Yeah. Oh, you think they make a spiced version? Okay. But that's not like their main version? I feel like I've only ever seen the spiced one. All right, so we delete hotel call. Nope. All right, so we delete that hotel call. Now we want to do /get, and I think I have this wrong, but we'll see. Oh. Well, that didn't do it. I think the -s is silent, right? Let me just grab this. Ooh, and yeah, who here heard the news that Prime is leaving Netflix? That's kind of crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Like, over 10 years for sure. Yeah, I think he's gonna, at least as far as I can tell from tweets, he's going to just full-time content creation, which is interesting. He's following in Tej's footsteps. Maybe I got jebaited. But he posted it today, not April 1st. Here's the tweet. So yeah. Oh, he actually does hashtags in his videos. Huh. All right, what am I doing wrong? Why is this not downloading? We got any curl wizards in chat? Hey, Anon, what's up? Oh. Yeah, how's it going? That was cool. If you want that that audio clip, just send me a message on Discord and I can send it over to you. What are we working on right now? Right now I'm just basically taking what I've got as some slides. I need to upload those slides so I can link them out to something, and then make a presentation for React Summit about OpenTelemetry and Next.js together. We recorded a run-through of the slides earlier. My throat got a little hoarse from chatting through it, but I think we're good. But yeah, basically now I'm trying to set up my repo so that I can actually upload this to GitHub, because they don't like the 245 megabyte file I was using for the OpenTelemetry collector. So yeah, right now, just taking it easy, nice thirsty Thursday, hanging out. I have a book club? I do not have a book club, but that sounds cool. Yeah, what do you mean by book club? You might be thinking of, like, Tej? I think him and Bash Bunny do, like, a book club kind of thing. Someone in chat did mention me, though. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, who was it? Who's out there? Who mentioned me? Nah, that's fine. It's no worries. We're just hanging out. But yeah, I do have, like, I do like to give a lot of, like, slide presentations and stuff like that at meetups and things like that. Ah, Jitterted is the one with the book club. Gotcha. Yep. Like, you guys put it to a vote and I won? No big deal. That's awesome. Hell yeah. But yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. It is a popularity contest. So yeah. So yeah, welcome everyone. I would give the spiel, like the gist of the video I gave, but it turns out it's like 30 minutes long. But yeah, like OTel Show and Tell is this like slide presentation I would like to propose to meetups and conferences. I'm actually going to be doing a sponsored video for Highlight.io, which will be fun. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, hold up. You're another streamer, just in case. I like to extend this this courtesy to other streamers, especially ones that have been here more than once. Basically, if there's someone that really annoyed you in your chat and you want the catharsis of banning them elsewhere, you can do so here too, because if they're going to bum you out, they're definitely going to bum me out. So, yeah. Just if you do ban someone in this chat that you banned in your chat, just leave a quick message about what they did and why. That way, when they do the unban request, I can know. Ooh, Xmetrics hides. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, comrade. It is really boring getting those comments all the time. They're just tabs, dude. Move on. They're my tabs, not yours. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, no worries. It's also so that, you know, you can do links and, you know, whatever, and you're not going to get hit by Nightbot anymore. A script that screenshots my tabs? I mean, so this window right here is just for, like, the research for the OpenTelemetry thing. In this, or not repo, the window I meant. In this window, everything from here to the left is actually the archive. So all of them from there to the left, those are always there. That's my archive. If I bookmark it, I'll never see it again. I do need to go through them at some point. That would be useful. You know, like some of them haven't been opened in years. Snowman. Chrome is really good about backgrounding and caching tabs that you don't use. Sorry, comrade. The word tabs is the thing that we are restricting. But yeah, so Snowman, I would heavily recommend that you understand how paging works, how virtual memory works, all that stuff. Those inactive tabs basically consume nothing. Firefox is actually pretty good at backgrounding tabs as well. Yeah, people are just wrong, though. Yeah, it used to be an issue. Browsers figured it out. And no, Lightspeed, yeah, the tar pitch bros. Interesting. So what do you mean by tar pitch? I think I know what you mean, but explain it for the rest of us. And yeah, Enhan, huge group you got. Like, yeah, really good numbers. I feel like you haven't been streaming that long, so yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, really well done. If I had to guess, I'd say probably like a big raid, but the fact that you held on to that many people from a raid is huge. So good job. And maybe not. Maybe you just hit that number of viewers organically, and that's even cooler. Ah, raid from Trash Puppy? Oh. Did Trash Puppy get a big raid too? Because again, like, you know, I see enough. I know what people's average numbers are. And that's above Trash Puppy's average numbers. It's way above my average numbers, you know? So, I'm not trying to judge. Tej. Ah, there you go. Primogen. Oh, Primogen to Trash Puppy. Okay. Sounds about right. Yeah, she's cool. She's awesome. It is Thirsty Thursday here. I took it nice and easy the past couple days, which means the weekend's approaching, and I'm not going to take it that easy. We are sipping on Nika whiskey from the barrel. It's a bit strong, so I'm pouring these a bit light. I mean, no, Prime will probably rage it at some point. No, he's really good about spreading it around. He's great about that. Yeah, I consider Prime and I friendly, and yeah, he only gets a chance to raid every 6 months or so because he likes to spread it around so much. There are definitely some people that get it more often, but, you know, that's just how that works. That was huge. That was awesome. Thank you for the sub, Nickwan. Nickwan, I extend it out to anyone who has it read. If you want that audio clip, just send me a message on Discord, right? Just a PM, and I can upload the audio that way. It's just the easiest way to share the audio file. So yeah, Enhan, same thing. Just go ahead and send that message. And am I pronouncing your name right? The bot said Nan codes. Is Enhan, right, the way to do it? I'm guessing it's like first initial and then Han is like another part of your name. Oh, gotcha. And yeah, you meant to tag Comrade Seaver. That makes more sense. As in Nan bread. Okay, so Nan. They were actually right. Okay, cool. The bot actually got it like perfect. That's amazing. That's really good, actually. Okay, so it is Nan. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll do it better from now on. Oh. Oh. Is it non-bread? Have I been mispronouncing the bread for that long, too? So it's non. Not Enhan, not Nan. Non. Okay. My bad. I don't know. I thought it was Nan for the Nan bread, but I'm not sure anymore either. I'm probably way off. I went to an Indian place on Sunday, and I could have sworn they said Nan. Yeah, it's like saying bread. Yeah, I know that, right? Which happens. But hold on, Marvel. Is it nan or non? I thought it was nan. Yeah, chai tea. Exactly. It's TT, right? Exactly. Now I gotta look this up. You've always heard it said non? Okay. Yeah, maybe my brain auto-corrected it. There's a video on the pronunciation. This is important now. Ooh. They always said it like non? I might have just not listened properly. Oh, I gotta listen to it over here. Hold on. 1 second. I just want to double check this now. It is non. Okay. Cool. You're totally right. My bad. Sorry for totally making you second guess. That's my fault. That's my bad. It is non. I don't know why my brain is always auto-completed as nan. It's delicious, though. It's delicious. Just like pronounce every word wrong. That'd be fun, right? But yeah, I guess, before I keep doing the, the submission process for this thing, anyone have any questions about OpenTelemetry, etc.? I'm happy to explain it. Oh, yeah, I know. We're talking about food. Now you're hungry, obviously. But this is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you getting for food? That's important. I'm thinking I'm either going to do some sausage, cheese, and crackers or dumplings. And I'm thinking the dumplings because I got to use them up. Even though they're frozen, they somehow go bad if you leave them too long. So yeah, I'm thinking dumplings tonight. Gonna make a burger? Ooh, that sounds good. I've got some burger that's been frozen in my freezer, obviously, for way too long. Like, it's already like pattied out and like separated. Major defrosting. So, right, if you're going to do burger, is it not already like a patty? Because you can cook the patties from frozen. Those are usually fine. But if it's like a chunk of ground beef, yeah, you got to thaw that. Little life pro tip. To thaw it quicker, you can do the microwave to do that kind of thaw, or you can submerge it in water and put that in your fridge, and the water will actually like make it defrost way quicker. Already in patty form, you can actually just cook that straight from frozen typically. Depending on how thick, of course. But yeah, no worries. Enjoy your food. Yeah, I think I'm doing some dumplings. I got a steamer, so they're delicious. Part of the problem is I don't have the sheet that goes in the steamer because it's like a bigger thing. But yeah, anyway, enjoy the lurk. Thank you. What is OpenTelemetry? OpenTelemetry is a project by the CNCF, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, for establishing a baseline of vendor-neutral APIs and tools. So what does that mean specifically? If you're doing it right, you can use OpenTelemetry libraries that output to an OpenTelemetry collector, and then that can ship stuff out to wherever you want it shipped. So you could switch from Datadog to Highlight to New Relic to whatever, because they all accept OpenTelemetry as well as their own proprietary stuff. So it's basically, think about like the schema for the payloads that get shipped, right? The types of payloads you might ship, like a trace or a log. All those things are actually codified as part of the specification. So then if you make tools that just accept that specification, you are now interoperable with a much broader ecosystem. I don't have a command for that. Maybe, is it OTel? There we go. A set of stools and schemas. Yeah, there's a typo there. But the basic idea is your application needs some kind of telemetry, because typically most web apps are a black box. And what that means is all we can evaluate from it is the output of it. So if you go and load up a web page on some service, on some dashboard or whatever, all you see as a user is the time it takes that page to load, right? And, you know, like the requests, etc., that are fetched too, like the resources. But for like the API endpoints and things like that, all you see is the total runtime. With proper telemetry, you can actually understand what makes up the internals of that endpoint's runtime. And it's something you do on your server, for the most part. So on your server, you might have telemetry that tells you how long a request to a third party took, how long it took to hash the user's password, how long it took to do I don't know, just all sorts of like various things that make up the entirety of the request response cycle, but you get like finer grained detail into what parts of it are taking longer. Yeah, exactly. So the big thing about it is observability. Observability is the keyword that we're really talking about. When most people see telemetry, they think of like application telemetry, such as when VS Code asks for it. And it's very similar, right? In VS Code, though, they don't have any insight into how long something takes, because any of that reporting is telemetry. Because they can't even see like the final response of how long your app took to load when you have certain plugins going or whatever, right? So in that case, when an application that is completely local, like VS Code, requests telemetry, you are helping them by turning that on so that they can understand how to make it better. They get to understand, well, hey, launching this one plugin takes longer. Launching this other thing takes longer. You use it to make improvements. Typically, though, OpenTelemetry is more focused on the back end, on your server, than it is on the front end. But it's also useful for applications, which is why when you're running NPM, they actually have telemetry that sends requests out to NPM servers that let them know how long things are taking. And they can use that to then understand how their application behaves on other people's machines, not just how they do it in test. So telemetry, in many cases, people associate that with my application phoning home, right? Like VS Code or some other just desktop app that tells the server, like tells the service or the company how long these things are taking. But telemetry in OpenTelemetry's context actually means more than that. And it's more about your web applications and things like that too. It's for analytics. Yes, exactly. Yep, there's all sorts of just... Telemetry is just data. Right? When we really think about it. It's data on how something is used, typically tied to time. but not always time-based. OpenTelemetry itself isn't even a tool. It's a specification. Right? That's an important distinction. It does include tools, but you can be OpenTelemetry compliant by just matching the spec. And what that spec means is the JSON payload that you're sending from your application to a server has to meet a certain specification of properties and their values, or the types of values, to actually be usable within like a greater ecosystem. So think of it like TypeScript types instead of just tools. Yeah. All right, so who here considers themselves pretty good with curl? What I'm trying to do is get this tar.gz. I want to download it as a script, right? If I do that, we're going to see it download, sure. But I need to curl it, and I need to extract it in one fell swoop. This might be a use case for ChatGPT. I rarely reach for it, but this might be a good time. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what they say. Ooh, ChatGPT doesn't know either? Uh-oh. Yeah, if you ever want to link to the music, all you got to do is !song. You should be good to go. There you go. All right, ChatGPT. Thanks. Oh, and hold on, sorry. Nope, you're good, you're good. My bad. You've been hit by Nightbot a bunch of times. 1 second. Yeah, maybe remove the URL. Yeah, we could try Bing. And you say pipe it to tar-x. I did a pipe to tar. Right, so hold on. We did that. I actually did XV so that we could see something. And we see nothing there, and we didn't get any good output either. But it didn't error because we don't see the return code. And V just means verbose, so that shouldn't be a problem. I think ChatGPT is having issues, man. Yeah, ChatGPT is down. You're saying -L? ZX doesn't make sense because Z would be to actually compress it, wouldn't it? No, that would be C. What does the Z do? Z is for... Oh, okay, yeah. Z is for the gzip. We don't see it there, though, and we're not getting any good output. So you're saying the -L? Okay. That was it. So what does the -L do? Let's look that up. Curl. Well, according to this, -L doesn't do anything. I don't think that's correct, though. Oh, follow redirects. Oh. That makes more sense. Okay. So wait, why didn't we see that over here? Oh, do I need all? Oh, I see it. Hold on. Yep, there it is. I was missing that part. There it is. Okay. Yep. There we go. That makes more sense. I think ZX is all we need there. All right, so now cool. Let me just delete it one more time and make sure we got it. Cool. And then I just want to duplicate it and give myself an ARM version 2. I should also just name them Darwin. All right, so the hotel call file is not in there. Cool. All right, so git add let's make sure this still works this way, because I don't want to get the README. Yeah, so hold up. It keeps trying to write that README file. So something about this curl command is not what I want. We could just add this. But that's not ideal. Oh, but hold on. I would want to add that over to the other file. All right, it's not the end of the world. So we want to add getIgnore, those two, yeah. Fix, add OTel, call to getIgnore, and add download script. One thing I want to do as well is add that to here. We'll just do it as a post install. All right, so we add this to the package JSON. We'll amend that commit. We'll push up main. They should no longer complain about the super large file. Maybe. Okay, hold on. So we need to actually do this. Remove reference to file from all Git history. All right, you know what? All right, so we'll just re-add the origin. GitHub. No, not highlight. I don't remember what I named it. It's in here somewhere, though. Presentation, hotel, show and tell. Yeah, there it is. And yes, 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 I know. I work for a company that makes a tool called GitKraken that should be able to do all this, but my general workflow is to use the command line for everything. And I know I'm not alone in that, right? I still think there's a valid use case for GitKraken and GitKraken CLI and GitLens and all that stuff. GitLens, you see I have it installed. Hold on. I guess we don't get... Yeah, there we go. So, me, 23 seconds ago, initial commit. Right? That's GitLens in action. Pretty cool, right? I still use the command line for my basic commands. I use the other things when the commands would be too much work. And that's actually something I want to move on to here in a second after we kind of do this like submission. All right, so we got that pushed up. I want to get these slides pushed up, though, first. So GitKraken is a GUI for Git stuff, yes. But it also does some things that are just nicer. So if I do git lg, right, it's a bad repo for that, right? Git lg here. You can get something like the commit graph. So we can see when someone else made a PR. Right? I made some PRs. Someone else made one from this commit. and then we got it merged in. I did other stuff in the meantime, and the merge conflict wasn't anything important. But we can see like how branches are made and merged back in. However, if we go look at GitKraken, or sorry, GitLens, which is part of what GitKraken does as well, we can look at a thing called the commit graph. And the commit graph gives us, similar to what you just saw, right? Takes a second because it's a larger repo. And as we scroll down, we can see how other people did things like that. So we can see what got merged in where and when. Right? Pretty cool. But it means we also get to like do some other things like let's open the details of this commit. And then over here in the sidebar of this thing, we get more info about it, like auto links to the issue that was related to it. Right? We see what files were changed. We get a lot more just like easy stuff from the commit graph here in GitLens than you would get from the terminal, because it's pulling some other commands for us under the hood that make it easier than having to memorize all the Git actions that we'd have to do to get that info. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And technically, I work at GitKraken. My job is developer advocate, and I need to make content that surfaces these things out. I feel like streaming and using it and talking about it is also part of my job. It's a lot harder to surface as me delivering value, though. So, yeah, I need to make videos. That's the main thing they hired me for. Video content related to all this stuff. Which is pretty cool, right? Cool tools. Oh, yeah, I have a lot of work I need to do on cool tools, right? Like a bunch of cool tools to shout out. Ethan, my vegetable crisper is still filled with those tools. There is still a wrench in my fridge. Yeah. I am fairly lazy. It happens. Oh, yeah. Like 2 years now. Shh. My fridge is typically never full enough for that. My freezer is more full than my fridge. I actually need to clean out my fridge a bit, too. There's some OJ in there that is long since expired. Since the last time I made carne asada. Hey, you got a wrench? Yeah, it's in the fridge. Yeah, totally. You're not wrong. Yeah, the freezer is like the important thing, for sure. But okay, so we got that pushed up. I want to get GitHub pages set up for this. CM Griffing at GitKraken. Sorry for the burp. I've got some basic boilerplate. There's nothing proprietary about this. But yeah, here in my GitHub workflow, I should probably grab this basic boilerplate. I think I can do that. At the top level of this folder, I need a .github. Inside of there, I need a workflows folder. Oh man, all right, cool. So that didn't break anything. Create a new file, and that is deploy.yaml. And there we go. So here's the big thing, though. We do the PNPM stuff. We want to cd into apps/slides, and then run all these commands, and then that should deploy out. I think we should be all right there. So now let's double check this. Oop, wrong one. Ah, shucks. Hold on. I want to grab that and put it in there, because that's the Git repo. All right, so git commit. This is actually a feature. Add the deploy workflow for the slides. We'll push it up. Wait, hold on. What'd you lose control of? And what about your function and tab keys? Oh. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not ideal. All right, let's see if this action works. Yeah, it sounds like you just need an external keyboard. Bummer. Woe is you. Whatever shall you do? Yeah, cheaper to just buy a whole new keyboard, for sure. Oh, all right. So that failed for an entirely different reason. That button is not actually used, I don't think. Yeah, button's not even used. What's up, Tobbs? How you doing? You're right. Yeah, it is a ThinkPad, so you can probably get replacements, but external keyboard's fine anyway. Trying to get better SQLite and Electron to work together. Okay. No, not SQLX. What was the SQLite tool we used? SQ Local, that was it. So I know it's not quite the same thing, but if you ever want to use SQLite in the browser, you can actually run it via Wasm, which is pretty cool. Might be worthwhile for your use case too. But yeah, better SQLite is probably worthwhile anyway. Pretty sure Electron can use this though, so maybe something to check out. Might be easier. Yeah, remember, this doesn't do an actual file on the file system. This uses the browser's origin private file system. I'm not sure how that works with Electron, but if this is the only reason you're using Electron, you might actually be able to run things just from a web browser tab instead. And then you don't even need Electron. Something to think about. As an example, you remember Orderly, a thing we worked on here for a while? This is using SQLite via Wasm, as well as whisper.cpp compiled to Wasm, all within the browser. No big deal. I need to do a YouTube video about this too. If you don't know what whisper.cpp is, it takes audio and turns it into text. So it's a voice-to-text system that totally runs via Wasm. Like, not totally, but it's an option. If you want to fiddle with whisper.cpp, it's right here. Oh, no, Tobbs, I am the Omega. I don't know. I just felt like throwing it out there. But yeah, I would say if you're ever curious about it, the fact that this runs right here in your browser, it's pretty damn cool. You can load it from a file. You can do it from the microphone. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, so we published that up. Do we think it ran? Did it blend? I'm going to say it probably didn't blend. No, it did not blend. What do we think failed this time? What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? I mean, you could, but who would listen? All right, so hold up. What are they saying is wrong here? Oh, hold up. It's trying to do it for the web? So here at the top level, this package JSON, I don't want to do turbo build. Or, hold on, maybe instead... yeah, is there like a working directory for the run? GitHub actions run config? Boom. All right, so run right here. Working directory. There we go. That's the part I'm missing. All right, so there we go. What do we think? Are we taking bets? Do we think it'll blend? Hasn't failed yet. We're only 11 seconds in, so yeah, it wouldn't have failed. Not yet, at least. Our build command already does what it thinks it needs to. Hey, all right. So that's slightly different. So get pages site failed. Please verify the repository has pages enabled and configured to build using GitHub Actions. All right. So that is a settings thing. Read and write. So that part should be good. I feel like I've run into issues trying to rerun things after just doing a little bit of a config change. So we do a full push, and then we should theoretically see something here. But give me a second. I need to use the restroom. Gotta go pee. Breaking that seal. And yeah, hopefully this ends up working, and we'll see what goes on. Just give me a sec. All right, sorry. Had to go use that restroom. So, interesting. We see 2 GH pages deploys kick off. Wait, what? Oh, and hold up. We definitely know this is wrong because that's not the right path. Yeah, so what is the name of our repo? It is OTel Show and Tell. All right, I still don't think that's actually what we're looking for. Oh, it needed to be configured for actions right there. Yeah, no worries, comrade. For sure. Yeah, you might want to throw a follow if you don't have one already. I do stream 5 days a week, so not too hard, but just in case. Just throwing it out there. I did miss some follows. Oh, man, a bunch of them. Joker, Tyrell Willick, and Devco. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah, like an hour ago. I'm sorry. It was before Nick Wan's thing. So you got to follow. You're good to go. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't shout it out. That's my bad. Some of the other ones: Yed Hamana, and Boy Next Door, and Value. Man, yeah, I missed a bunch of them. I'm sorry, everyone. It is Thirsty Thursday. Yep, have a good night. Do well in your, what was the class? Biochem? Yeah, do well in Biochem. I was lazy. In high school, I just took applied physics, which is basically algebra. Like, easy algebra. Everyone else took, like, the fancy classes, like chemistry and biology. Nah, I'm good. Just give me applied physics. Nailed it. I knew I wasn't going to get into any fancy colleges anyway. Data programming with R after that. Ooh, that sounds actually fun. Nice. So yeah, catch up on some sleep and biochem, and then you're good to go for data programming. Nailed it. Work at McDonald's to pay rent? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's legit, man. Yeah, I've worked all sorts of jobs that, you know, don't want to be proud of. I've been a janitor, I've been a prep cook, I've been a dishwasher. All while I was a snowboard bum, so it was totally worth it. And then I got into dev, like, at the age of 30. So, you got plenty of time. All right, so what's going on here? You're in bioinformatics on faculty, but got to pay rent in a foreign country. Yep, yeah, sounds about right. Breaking down boxes in a basement of a deli 2 times a week for $25. That works, Nosredden. Fuck yeah. Sorry, pardon my French. Hell yeah. Sorry, my bad. Shit yeah. Sorry, I'm just having fun. Hold on, one more try. Damn right. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, that was one of my favorite bits as a dishwasher. We were responsible for taking down the cardboard from the kitchen. That was actually really fun. Yeah, I get to just take the cardboard down to the basement, or the loading dock, technically. Toss it into the baler. I didn't get to operate the baler, but, you know, that was fun. Yeah, more power to you. Get some sleep, though, comrade. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry for you getting hit by the tab spot. Yeah, do well in your courses. Proud of you. All right, so we failed at the archive artifact stage of things here. And yeah, real quick, for everyone, we are sipping on, and hopefully not overdoing, a whiskey. It's a really, like, non-too fancy bottle, right? Pretty just standard. But, if you like whiskey with like a larger percentage of corn in the mash, it's pretty solid. I'm not a big corn whiskey fan. But as far as Japanese whiskeys go, it's about what I've come to expect. I feel like they just grow more corn there anyway, specifically because there's not that much land in Japan. So that's also why their cows end up being so like fatty, and like, you know, why the Kobe beef is such a big thing, because the cows don't have much land to run around on anyway. So yeah, like, it's kind of interesting the fact that it's in a smaller area. It's kind of dictated how some of their food gets created, etc. So yeah, they probably have like a prevalence of corn for their beef over there. Ooh, you're going to Japan in August? Oh, that sounds awesome. I definitely slacked. I need to like re-sign up to get my birth certificate so I can get my passport, so I can eventually maybe do some like international conferences and stuff. So yeah, I'm slacking on that. I need to like restart it. All right, hold on. We got water poured. But yeah, you're going to climb Mount Fuji. Nice. So yeah, you're doing that during the summer. That's a great time for it. Be careful, though. I don't know if it was Mount Fuji. It was some mountain in Japan. Did you ever see that stream, or like the clip from that stream where the dude fell off the mountain and died? That shit's gnarly, man. So yeah, make sure you're up there with a good group. This guy was alone. That's one of the worst things to do while hiking. Ooh, 65. We haven't seen Chaotic. I hope he's here soon. He might miss out on his streak. Yeah, exactly, Robotic Head. It gets really scary. I hope we see Chaotic here soon. Effigy of an Avatar. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. Yeah, that clip is gnarly. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. Don't go seek it out unless you really want to. But yeah, like some of the mountains in Japan are... They don't have great, like rope lines or trails. So yeah, just make sure you're up there with people. That's important. All right, so hold up. We tried to do this, use proper base path for slides. That failed. What part did we fail at for it? And yes, upload pages artifact is failing. Yeah, exactly. Yep, some of the mountains are really scary. Yeah, some of the videos from like China are also super scary, where you're like hiking on like metal like rungs stuck into the side of a mountain. Like, that's a big nope from me. Right? Like, on a sheer face, and you're just walking on these like steps that are just rebar. That's a big old nope from me. But okay, so archive artifact. Cannot open no such file or directory. Right. Hold on. Because that path doesn't exist. That's right. So instead, we want to look at this, and it's no longer dist at that level. It's apps/slides/dist. All right, so we get that pushed up. But yeah, how's it going? It's going great. How about you, Effigy? Getting some work done? Nice. What type of work? I mean, if you do ! song, you can get a direct link to it. There you go. Yeah, thanks, Chemical. So yeah, portfolio, trying to get a job right now. I get it, yeah. That can be a bit tricky. Ooh, okay, so uploading the artifact worked, the deploy failed. I've had a bunch of issues trying to use the official GitHub action for deploying GitHub pages. I'm trying to figure out what the issue actually is. Oh! Oh! Well, that's easy enough. So we put that for the issue. Oh, sorry, not the issue, the job itself. Aha! So I've been missing that for a bunch of these. Cool. There we go. So yeah, what are you making your portfolio in? And here's one big thing I want to say. Make sure you have a really good project to talk through. Not just your portfolio, but a project that you think is technical and worth like walking through and explaining. That was one of the most common things I had to do for my interview process recently as well. And because I've been working on my tool called Vexilla, it's actually really like easy to talk through that, and it's a really technical project, so it's been awesome. But yeah, make sure you have a project that you can really like talk through. Like, you know, what is something you've worked on lately, and let's, you know, tell me about it, kind of stuff. If your answer to that question is your portfolio, it's not going to go as well as you think. Exactly. No offense, right? Don't feel bad about that. But really do try and build out something that you think is an interesting project, because your interest in it is one of the big things they're looking for. But also has something like technical to it that isn't like immediately obvious and not something someone could learn within 5 minutes of Googling, right? Now, if you are on the train of thought of it is super expensive to host a service for these things and you can't afford to like launch up some service, really think about what you might be able to do with WebAssembly. And do remember that you will probably have to host it through something like Render, because GitHub Pages doesn't let you do what I'm thinking about properly. But using the OPFS, which is Origin Private File System, you can actually use SQLite via WebAssembly in your browser. So you can still do SQL stuff, right, to flex those muscles and show off what you're doing. But it can run right there in your browser. And I would recommend Render as a place to host these things, because Render allows you to set the headers and some of those things that you would end up needing to do, where technically GitHub Pages doesn't allow you to modify headers. There's other ways you can work around that kind of suck. But, you know, if you have to use GitHub Pages, there's a thing you could use that works 70% of the time. But yeah, I would say, really, try and use SQLocal if you need SQL stuff, right? And then that can run in your browser. You can wire it up to Keisley. Hold on, what was the other thing they said? Keisley and Prisma? No, Keisley and Drizzle. So I like the way I've done it, and you can look at what I've done, but just remember, the more you copy and paste from what I did, the less you're going to be able to talk to it technically, and that is actually a huge problem. So make sure you're not just copying and pasting and doing what I did. But in this repo, I ended up using both Keisley and Drizzle. Drizzle is for the queries, right? For the ORM kind of things and getting like relations and stuff. I used Keisley for running the migrations. Theoretically, there's a way to run the migrations with Drizzle, but you still need the CLI tool to generate them. And that was less of something I wanted to do. But you could probably get away with just using Drizzle. But something to think about. It's kind of fun. I've got a bunch of issues here. But yeah, just as an option, right? SQLocal is a nice, fun way to use SQLite to flex your SQL muscles without necessarily having to run a server somewhere. Now, keep in mind, it's all local, so you won't be able to do like user-to-user stuff. Right? Like multi-user applications. Not easily, at least. And I would try and shy away from that. But at least for a single user, modifying their own database, for all that stuff, I think SQLocal is really awesome. Yep, no worries. Yeah, I'll make a YouTube video about it eventually, but man, I'm lazy. Hey! So this worked. It deployed. There's one warning. What node 16 action are we even looking at? I think it's fine. All right, so let's go here. Let's do this. Let's use our GitHub Pages website, and let's see if it worked. No, it did not. What's the deal, man? Well, that's the deal, man. So presentation, hotel, show and tell didn't do what we expected. Because it's looking for the assets at the root level of our domain, when really we did a base. Right? We're doing pnpm build. base. We do that there. We say where the artifact is. We're so close. There's definitely a way we could work past this if we needed to. We could just use GH pages like a separate package rather than the official actions. But I need to get this figured out because I do this so often that I need like a good boilerplate for it. So I got to really think about that part. So you have a question about doing your portfolio for DevOps projects. You'd like to kindly ask if I know any DevOps projects with good resources. I'm not sure what you mean specifically, like for learning DevOps or for demonstrating DevOps. So, in general, DevOps is an expensive field to demonstrate. I mean, I read your one that says it's your first message, so I see your first time chat. Like, that's all I see. We only see one message from you. So I did read it. Again, I'm asking you, are you trying to learn DevOps, or are you trying to just demonstrate DevOps? Your portfolio is a demonstration of what you know. If you don't know it, then you need to learn it. So a portfolio is irrelevant if you're still in learning. Again, you didn't answer the question I asked you. So your portfolio doesn't matter right now. You need to practice and learn that is separate from a portfolio. Your portfolio isn't just the stuff that you learned. Your portfolio is a demonstration of what you know. It's a very big difference. So you need to practice DevOps. You need projects to build and build out the CI/CD pipelines for. I think a big thing is DevOps as your first job is really, really hard to do. So you're making it harder on yourself. You probably need to understand full stack development first. Then you can build things, and then you can set up DevOps pipelines for those things. If you know the Alt F4 stream, he didn't start in DevOps. He started as a full stack developer who then learned DevOps after already having experience with other stuff. My guess, and I'm sorry if I'm judging you, is that you saw that DevOps people get paid a lot, and you just want to do that. Tungor, Vercel is taking away the DevOps things. Vercel is doing the DevOps for you. If I saw someone applying for a DevOps role and their only experience was using Vercel, they're not a DevOps person. Right? The entire reason for Vercel is they abstract away the DevOps from you. The entire point is that they're doing the hard part, which is actually how to release a branch to a subdomain, right? Like those things, that is DevOps. They are abstracting that away from you because that's actually really hard to do. And not really hard to do, but I just mean you need a project to do it with, because otherwise the pipeline isn't doing anything. Yeah, exactly, Effigy. I think a lot of people look at DevOps as, yeah, there's a lot of demand for it, and it pays really well. The reason it pays really well and there's a lot of demand for it is because there is a baseline of knowledge you need ahead of time to even attempt doing DevOps. You need to be a developer first. You can't just jump into DevOps without knowledge of dev. Which is why it pays so much, because it requires so much other knowledge before it's even relevant. So, looping back around again, what I'm going to say is you should make an application full stack developer style. Once you have an application that you can deploy, right? Even if it's a simple deploy, then that's where DevOps comes in and you can make the deployment process more robust. So when you create a new branch and you push up that branch, do you spin up an entirely new environment for that branch? That is DevOps. Yeah, and that's a good way of thinking about it, Chillpine, right? Doing development in general, you're going to have to mess with pipelines at some point. If you don't use Vercel. If you're using Vercel, they're going to abstract that part away from you, and it's going to mean that you don't actually understand DevOps at all by using Vercel. So I would say, here's a good first step. Build an application that you can deploy to Vercel. And then as you make new branches and whatever, then move off of Vercel with your application you already have and work on recreating the things Vercel is doing for you. Ooh, so that's the big thing there, Tungor. That's no longer DevOps, and that's just ops. Yeah, deploying manually, that's just ops. That's a totally separate thing. DevOps is codifying the entire deploy process rather than doing manual steps. Yeah, right? Kind of the thing that I'm messing with right now. But DevOps makes zero sense without an application to work with. Yeah, sure. You can find any like open source product. So, cal.com. Work on deploying out your own fork of cal.com. It's open source, right? We can scroll down and find the GitHub somewhere, right? You can run cal.com. Totally fine, right? Self-hosted, no problem. But just remember, as you make changes and how those things get shipped, as long as you're not using Vercel and you're doing it by hand with GitHub Actions or Circle CI or whatever, that's where you're going to get some value in the DevOps world. So the more you use services like Vercel, the less you're going to know about DevOps, because that's their entire value add. They take care of the DevOps for you. Where do I get my app ideas? Here's the big thing, Tungor. You have ideas all the time. It is more than pipelines, for sure, Nearland, but we don't want to overwhelm them, right? The baseline is pipelines. And beyond that, then there's monitoring, security, etc. But they need to do the first step first, right? If you impose all these other things, they'll never get anywhere. So at the bare minimum, they need to figure out how to do pipelines. Sure. Whatever you say, Weasel. Weasel. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sorry. Is it Weasley? That's probably the worst way to phrase that, so I'm sorry. Let me know how to pronounce your name and I'll try to do better. But yeah, like Nearland, I understand. It could be so much more. Wait, is it Weasley? I think there's a delay, and that makes this way harder. It is Weasley. All right. Okay. Touche. Makes sense. I like the 42, right? Answered the question of life, the universe, and everything. So, good job there. But yeah, Nearland. I think the big thing is when someone's a beginner, don't try to overwhelm them with every single thing they need to know. That's how you get people to just quit. But yeah, so back to my point about where I get my ideas. My point that I want to make is you have ideas all the time. You do. You totally have ideas. But I bet you don't write them down anywhere. I bet you don't record them. I have a treasure trove of product ideas. It goes deep. It goes real deep. Like some of these scroll way farther than you would expect. Right? The point is, if you were to try and take my ideas, you'll never complete them because you don't have the actual, need for them. So, taking other people's ideas is a terrible idea in and of itself. Instead, you have ideas that you care about, that you want to have seen in the world, that just, maybe you don't know about it, or maybe it just doesn't exist. No matter what, even if something does exist, it's still worth building. I think that's hugely important. So instead, you need to write down the ideas for things that you want, and you need to record them the moment you have that idea, because if you just let it stew, you're going to forget. You can only maintain 5 or 6 ideas that you think are fundamentally important in your head at any time. When you have a new one, it's going to push another one out. Instead, write them down somewhere. I like to use a Trello board, but use anything where you can sort and filter them and drag up the ones that you actually think you can do and drag down the ones that you need a lot more knowledge for. But the biggest thing is everybody here has ideas all the time. Not all of them are good, but brainstorming is not the time to be critical of ideas. Brainstorming is when you have to say any idea is valid. And later, you go through the critical phase of evaluating the ideas. But you do not mix brainstorming and critical thinking. They are completely separate. That is the biggest thing people make as a mistake. Mixing critical thinking and brainstorming. They are completely, fundamentally separated. And when you try and mix them, you make both worse. That's a tweet, right? That's a tweet. And sorry, I'm going to use this phrasing. Diametrically, I only know that word from context. At opposite extremes. Okay, just making sure. There we go. Boom. Right? Doesn't mean I'm some, like, sage about, like, the ideas I have are great, but you know what? I got a shitload of them, and I can pick the best ones when I need to. Right? I think that's a good, like, follow-up, too. So, yeah. Anyway, I think it's a fantastic tweet. If y'all want to hype it up, that'd be really cool. But no worries. Instead, I think the better tweet I had was yesterday, and I didn't get much engagement from it, which kind of bums me out. Because it was such a banger fucking tweet. I swear it was the best tweet I've had in years. Right? This one should have gone viral. I blame Elon. I blame Elon. This one should have gone viral. But whatever. God, that's a banger tweet. Yeah, you make a call. You tell Elon what I think, okay? That's a banger tweet, right? Enterprise grade is the web equivalent of military grade. Maybe it should have been the programming equivalent of military grade. Or the code equivalent, or something, right? Whatever. Whatever. But yeah, how you doing coding with strangers? Let's keep these whiskeys mellow. That's important. I mean, you shouldn't be shooting brandy. That's a sipping drink, isn't it? I mean, do whatever you want. It's your drink. Sorry, my bad. I probably shouldn't be watering down my whiskey, but I do. Another boring interview? Oh, sorry for the burps. No, do whatever you want, man. Hey, robotic head. Oh, why not use near beats to write down your ideas? Your enterprise grade network setup. There you go. Touché. Touché. Yeah, I saw that you liked it and retweeted it even. So thank you, Space Case. Oh, and hold on. Someone did send me a message for their thing. Yes, non-codes. Let me send you... Oh. I'm Chris. Let me get that audio for you. Yeah, sorry, non-codes. My bad. Let me download non-codes' Vappy audio real quick. And yeah, what up, Escamania? Ooh, man. Dude, this is the coolest thing in my opinion. And yeah, not as cool. Yeah, for sure, coding with strangers. Absolutely. Oh, no worries, Weasley. Yeah. I hope it didn't seem like I was lecturing you. I know I have that tone. In my opinion, the tone I take is for like greater like acceptance, right? Like if I take the tone I take, I think it like, you know, I think it means more. Oh, so the bot didn't do that one that well. They do make mistakes sometimes. And hey, thank you. Elusive and mystifying charisma. Ooh. That was good. All right, and we should have one more. Kindfuss. Hell yeah. Yeah, those were good. And yeah, thank you, Coding with Strangers. Mr. Sir. Yeah, I appreciate that, dude. You've gifted a total of 42 in the channel. Aw, man. That's a great number right there. I assume that's why you did the number 3. Right? All right, so hold on. Did I miss anyone's comments, etc.? Ubiquity. Ooh, yeah, like, isn't Ubiquity really good? Yeah, Cisco, definitely not, obviously. I said hi to Escamania. Yeah, so I think we're good. Sweet. Real quick, I did miss a follow. Still learning, not learned. Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you for that follow. Aw, dude. I mean, at that point, I would say maybe hold the subs and, you know, buy a meal or something instead. Because, again, I just appreciate you hanging out, man. You know that, right? What's happening here on stream? We're trying to get my slides deployed so I can link them out because I want to present what we've done with OpenTelemetry and Next.js. I feel like that's a really good like presentation talk, and I'd love to do that. So yeah, that'd be cool. But I need to get these slides uploaded and publishable. Because, yeah, I think what we've got is really relevant for React Summit. I think it's also pretty damn relevant for JS Nation, which is also just by the same group. So I'd like to make sure I reach out to them and be like, hey, whatever talk I get accepted for one, let me do a different talk for the other kind of stuff, if they say they want me to do more. But yeah, I really think we got a really good presentation talk here with the OpenTelemetry and Next.js stuff. But we got to figure out why we're not actually getting these things deployed out as I expected. And that That's a separate problem to solve. So the small fixes based on feedback. Oh, that's the wrong repo. Here we go. And yeah. So we built this out, and it worked, but technically, if we go look at it, right, we do this part, and our base didn't seem to actually make it through. And I'm a little curious about why that is. So if I do pnpm dev here, all right, we see that. Sure, that's not what I was looking for. If we do a build, what happens? So here we are in slides, and if I look at this file that got built, we actually see that, yeah, it's not being prefixed. Ooh, so, no, we know. No, so Escamilla, like, this is the issue. And it's actually what we saw over here when it's blank. It's looking for /assets when it needs a prefix, not here in the prefix, but where we're loading it, it needs a prefix of presentation, hotel, show and tell. So for some reason, that is not making it through when we do our build. Technically, if I just run build like that, it's not going to make it anyway. And I need to actually grab this command. So if we do that, what do we end up seeing? And yeah, that's a huge issue, man. If we do it without that dash dash, does this get passed through as we expect? Nope. Because that should have updated. Oh, it did. All right. So that's actually it. Okay. So I need to get rid of that dash dash. Here's the crazy part to me. I'd rather type superfluous because I can spell that easier than unnecessary. It is two N's, right? It is two N's. Right? I trust myself to spell superfluous more than I trust myself to spell unnecessary. And they mean the same thing. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's good enough. Whatever. I think it is two N's. But that's a fuzzy think. You keep spelling label wrong. Oh, like Lable? Like, right? Label like fable? Yeah, there you go. Le bleu. Le bleu. What up, Napevation, Mr. Sir? I'm still convinced that you're VJJ's alter ego, but we'll see. So here's the thing. If you look, I don't have a Vite config file. Napevation, right? So there is no vite.config.ts or JS. So with slydev, I just pass that as part of the build command instead. And that makes it easier to work with locally as well, which means, you know, I don't need the prefix when I'm working locally. So yeah, remove unnecessary dash dash. I think that means that this should fully load. Yeah, big old PogChamp. Now, I noticed that you didn't deny the VJJ thing. What up, Jordan? I'm kidding. I know it's not him. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm having fun. I know it's not actually him. But yeah, what you been up to? It's been a while. I can at least say that. That's accurate. Cannot confirm nor deny. Ooh, a nor? Ooh, a nor in just conversational English? You take your English degree that you haven't used for anything and you get out. I'm kidding. Please stay. What was your minor? Poetry? Indubitably. You take your greater than 1200 SAT score and think about what you did. Okay, there you go. That makes more sense. So here's the thing, or nor would both work. Because you've already set the negative context from the cannot. So yeah, or and nor are typically like interchangeable if you've already established a negative context at the beginning of the statement. Just saying. It's not technically a double negative, it's just redundant at that point. But no, it's fine. You keep being you. I like seeing a nor just randomly in the wild. It's kind of nice. All right, so we got our slides actually up here. That's cool. Finally. Finally. What am I sipping on? So I've got lemonade, but it's enhanced with a Japanese whiskey. Nika whiskey from the barrel. It's an incredibly simple bottle with an incredibly simple cap. Hold on, someone's got to reply. Can I give an example of what this looks like in practice for me? 1 second, 1 second. Oh, that's definitely some spam. Get out of here, you spammer. Luckily, Twitch chat didn't even see it, just the mods. Later, I categorize sort ideas into various categories and then filter the ones I know I can do to the top. Also using the criteria of if I think I could make money from it. And then, yeah, let me just reply. Oh, basically, nothing ever gets deleted from my Trello board. Only get moved and sorted. So yeah, right? That's the general gist. That's the basic idea of it. And hey, I already follow this person, so even easier. Nice. Yeah, thanks, Will. Good question, good comment. I appreciate that one. If you're out there. So, recently decided to write yourself a new tab page extension since all browser defaults suck. Using Svelte, and it's a blast. Yeah, browser extensions are fantastic. What I would recommend is, have you considered doing it in a browser agnostic way? And if not, maybe check out Plasmo. Now, granted, they have a service that they totally want to charge you money for, but the product, like, you know, the core of it, right, the thing on GitHub, is something you can use without ever paying them a dime. They just want to try and, like, build it out for you and do some other stuff. But, yeah, I would say check out Plasmo if you want to build things out in a way that's, like, vendor, like, you know, browser agnostic. So you could build it for Firefox, Chrome, Opera, all at the same time. Yeah, it's a really good idea. I've used a boilerplate in the past, But keep in mind that I think the boilerplate I've used is for Manifest v2. Whereas you need something that's Manifest v3 because Chrome is killing Manifest v2 in April, I think. No, not April. Sorry, June. Maybe July? But yeah, Manifest v2 extensions will be uninstallable starting in June, I think. Or at least around June. So yes, I have an extension that I use called Stethoscope that is not as stable as I would like it. If I refresh, we're probably good. There we go. Now we see it. It ranks Plasmo itself as an F, which is odd because it definitely does have a README. But where is the README? Huh. Well, it's not totally dead. But yeah, I got some bugs to fix for it. So the time at which we need to go update it for Manifest v3, we also need to go update it and fix a bunch of the bugs for it. So, yeah, we'll go and dig back into it here soon. And when I say soon, I mean in a couple months, right? Come on. Soon is a fuzzy term. I think we all know that, right? Right? All right, so popping knuckles, doing our thing. I do think Plasmo is nice, and I might actually refactor my extension to use Plasmo. No, so the big thing is just simply doing it in a way that is fully agnostic. Now, granted, you might be able to publish to Firefox and Opera without doing anything extra, but this takes away a lot of that guesswork, and I think that's incredibly useful. So, yeah, maybe it's not necessary, but if you want to be able to publish to all of the, the extension ecosystems for browsers, I would highly recommend something that establishes multi-browser publishing. There was another boilerplate I've used that you could you should totally check out too, because it's super easy to do, right? And I use React in what I'm doing, so yeah, it doesn't mean you gotta do vanilla, blah blah blah. I use React for Stethoscope here, totally. But browser extension boilerplate. Right? Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Brave, Opera. This one's probably good enough. I don't think that's the one, though. But again, just find yourself a good boilerplate. And that really does help out. Just to make sure, right, that you're, compatible. Because rewriting it later is something you probably just won't do. So, set yourself up for success if you want. Sure. But again, when you're ready to publish, is the effort of making it, browser agnostic worth it? Maybe not. And then you're totally limiting, the amount of people that can use it. So, I don't know. I like to support Firefox as much as I can, and the bare minimum easiest way is to make sure that you're releasing things out to Firefox and Chrome at the same time. But again, do whatever you want. I can't force you. But the less code you have, the easier it will be to port. So the sooner you do it, the better it might be. There is something to that thought. But again, do whatever you want. Fuck it. Whatever. Enjoy the coding. If porting that would make you enjoy it less, then yeah, don't do it. It's fine. I would say, though, if you do build an extension with Plasmo, tagging them when you release it is just a chance for them to help promote it for you or with you. And that's a great idea, right? Because they have 8,000 stars on GitHub or whatever. They got probably people that follow their shit on Twitter, right? So that like cross-promotional aspect of things is something that a lot of people like really miss. You promoting them while you promote your browser extension gives them an incentive to help promote you too. So yeah, depending on how you feel about publishing out, that's up to you. And if it's just a good, fun project to get you back in the swing of coding, then yeah, ignore what I'm saying right now for sure. All right, so we are published out. We got our slides. Let's go keep hacking at this. Let me get to my outline for what we're trying to do. I think a bunch of this. Yeah, I want to get these notes kind of set up. I do need to use the restrooms. Give me a second. BRB. Sorry. I got enough water for another beverage, and that's probably where I should call it anyway, even though it is Thirsty Thursday. But yeah, let me use the restroom. Alrighty. 7z.ext.xpi. Yeah, right. But that's one of those things Plasmo does. They handle like the build commands and all that BS, you know? But yeah, for dev, you need to sideload into all the browsers anyway, so yeah, that's fine. Ooh, and it's already 7 p.m. I didn't think it had gotten that late that quick, but whatever. I still got some more in me. It does mean that I might put time in tomorrow towards the thing I was planning on doing today as well. And that thing today was basically, I want to dig into GitLens and figure out how we could do some custom AI linking, right? Because Joannis, who is a Swift, server-side Swift dev, right? That means Swift for server APIs and applications, etc. They have their own LLM that they would like to have generate commit messages, etc. And currently, GitLens just wires up to Anthropic and OpenAI. I would love to be able to configure a custom LLM with a custom URL and possibly custom API key and possibly even custom prompt that allows me to just like have that LLM figure out what we're trying to build and create a commit message for me. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Technically, what I'm doing this for is actually like a workshop in which I'd like to just like propose, hey, if I wanted to make this feature, how would I do it, right? What would be the first steps and what would I go along and do and how would I use GitLens to do it? Because yes, I work for the company that owns GitLens. It's actually my job to build out this workshop that kind of teaches people how to use GitLens. And how awesome would it be to use GitLens to make a new feature for GitLens as part of a workshop? That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? And also it kind of gives me an excuse to go fiddle on and look at and dig into GitLens and how the code is put together. Now again, I got to point out, or not again, but I have to point out that the company I work for does not want me focusing on coding, which is why I kind of need to do like the heavy lifting part of things here on my own time just for fun. They want me just making content. And I get that. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it. I can make content. But part of the content I need to make is focused at developers, so I need like developer-centric content to build content around. So I don't know. I hope it would justify things. I hope no one's upset about it. Yeah, right? I gotta make coding content to make coding-centric content. So yeah, I don't know. It's on my own time. It's on my own stream. This is open source work because GitLens is open source. But I would then use some of that knowledge towards work. Theoretically, I do need to figure out a good way of wiring this thing up in a clean and easy way. And I think because of how I have the kitchen hooked up, I could do it. I could actually just take the HDMI that's plugged into my my hub right here and plug that into my switcher for the HDMI stuff. And then, yeah, I'm not actually bringing it into my dev machine, so I can maintain that white room separation of all of it, which I think is important just for my own protection. And oh, that is a little too much there. But yeah, like the main idea is I don't want anyone questioning the ownership of Vexilla or other things I do, so I don't want to do work stuff on my dev machine and dev machine work on my work machine, etc. Right? So I got to maintain a clear like white room separation of those. So yeah, I need to just get those separated out differently, which is totally doable. So yeah, I think we're good there. I think we're actually fine. And I don't think this company would ever make that an issue. Like, everyone just seems super cool. But again, you can't let your guard down legally. No matter how awesome people seem. So I just, I gotta do the right thing there. So yes, tomorrow we may dig into some GitLens stuff. But that would be from my work machine, and things would be separated. But you'll still be able to see it. So we're good to go. Because I don't think doing it here on stream would actually impose any type of ownership or blah, blah, blah. Right? But yeah, no worries there, Space Case. Yeah, it's getting late for you, dude. It's 10 o'clock already. Get some sleep. You gotta wake up at 4:40 in the morning? That's not a real time. That time doesn't actually exist. You can't convince me it's real. I'm sorry. No, the clock starts at 0900. Anything before that is just not real time. If you've ever played Persona 3, right? That's like the time that like the devils are out and shit, right? Like, yeah, that's like the witching hour. And that's a time that just doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. I get you. Got to go to the gym at 5:30. So here's the thing. Get yourself a home gym, man. Then you're good to go. Oh, Nate Vation. I just want to say 4 to 5 hours of sleep are better than 0. Just as far as your brain's concerned. It sucks compared to the gym, and it's only 3 minutes away, so yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Yeah, my home gym is basically like a couple kettlebells. I got a pull-up bar, that counts, right? So I don't use it, but it's there, so that counts. But yeah, get some sleep. I'll see you again soon, Space Case. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? This is Friday Eve, which is, why the whiskeys are flowing, right? Why the whiskey floweth. Where the whiskey flows like the salmon of Capistrano. Someone got that reference. I'm talking about Aspen. You've had a second pair of gloves this whole time? Duh, we're in the Rockies. So these are the Rocky Mountains, huh? Man, that John Denver was full of shit. There you go, Ethan. We were making the same quote at the same time. Yeah, for sure. Without a Paddle is actually fun. Yeah, Owen, we watched that the other night. That was good. Yeah, I hadn't seen it in ages. Yeah, it actually holds up. It actually holds up. I didn't expect it to. Right? It's one of those movies my brother would hate. Like, what's the one? Like, Sex Trip or something like that? Right? Like Euro Trip, my brother probably hated too, but that one's good. Road Trip, classic. But yeah, my younger brother hates all those movies. What's the one where dude like goes on a trip and he ends up in like Amish country for Rumspringa or whatever? Is that Sex Trip or something? What's the name of that one? That one's awful. But again, like, better than nothing. I'd rather they make a movie like that than not make a movie like that. There you go, Owen. Nice. Good job. All right, so real quick. Boop, boop, boop. Let me double check my slides real quick. I want to make sure the order in which I'm doing some of these. Oh, and oof. Man, DHH having terrible takes? Who'da thunk it? Damn. It really does seem like dunking on Vercel is a real quick and easy way to a viral tweet. Like, holy shit balls. Have you guys seen this tweet? Damn, dude. Guy with 3,000 followers hitting 217K views. Damn. Right? If you think your tweet might not be big, just, just at Vercel in it. And dunk on him for like a sentence. And then actually get your point across. Now, I don't want to say, I don't actually think I want to tweet that because I'm definitely guilty of it too. I definitely call out Vercel when they do things that I think aren't great. But I do like when they actually earnestly respond. They care. Or at least they care about the optics. Which still is like caring more than some brands. Yeah, from 20 to 201 is kind of brutal. But it does kind of also call out the fact that maybe someone's taking advantage of Vercel's infrastructure. At the end of the day, you can do what Vercel is doing on your own for pretty damn cheap. If you have any level of DevOps chops, you could do your own Vercel thing, man. At a fraction of the price. Here's the biggest thing, though, right? The amount of money it would cost you to pay an engineer to do that is more than you would pay in a year or two. Right? At $200 a month, you're making out like a bandit. At $200 a month, for 12 months, you're at $2,400. That's like a quarter of a really good DevOps person's salary for a 2-week period. Right? You're paying for like 3 days of DevOps time. And no person who's even really good at DevOps is going to deliver that in only 3 days. So there is something to that. There is something to be said about that. For a year of that budget, a really good DevOps engineer would cost you more than that with one, like, pay period salary. And that's kind of crazy. So at some point, yeah, if your business is good, you should definitely be migrating off Vercel. Vercel is for junior engineers. That's it. In my opinion, that's actually their core target market. I know they're trying to position themselves as like an enterprise product, etc. They aren't. Which is why also, when they overcharge someone for a project that went viral and they don't know any better and they don't know how to optimize it and they don't forgive that bill, right? Like I was on, why am I spacing on his name right now? Oh my God. I was on a Twitter space within the past couple months when some viral post about how someone got way overcharged for a Vercel bill, and then it became an issue, right? At some point, it's on Vercel because their target market is juniors. They can't expect people to know better when their target market is people that don't know better. Right? So there's something to be said for that too. So I'm not trying to shill, I'm just trying to at least see both sides there and recognize that Vercel needs to actually protect their core customer base, which are people that don't have the wherewithal to ditch them yet. And they're not profitable enough to ditch them yet. When a simple mistake makes your bill something that you'll never dig yourself out from, such as tens of thousands of dollars because some runaway service or something, or DDoS or whatever, You can't simply say, well, that's the dev's job. They should have prevented that, because Vercel's target market are juniors. Their core target market are front-end devs that want to launch something up. If they want to position themselves as their target market being DevOps people that know how to do what Vercel already does, well, I mean, surprise, like, you don't need Vercel at that point. You shouldn't be on Vercel if you have people that are capable of doing the Vercel thing without Vercel. So yeah, I think that's a big thing. It's like a real clear dichotomy between who they think their customer is and who their customer actually is. I know they're trying to chase those enterprise dollars. And honestly, there are plenty of enterprise applications for Vercel, where some intern or some full stack developer spins up a little thing within some giant enterprise that ends up solving a lot of problems for a lot of people. That is a major use case for Vercel. Absolutely. I totally agree. But man, when someone makes a mistake that isn't an enterprise, you should really, really, really bend over backwards to make sure that they aren't fucked for it. Because if you fuck them over, you lose them forever. And they'll never use your service inside of a giant enterprise that they go intern for. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. Just, Vercel is chasing profitability, and profitability inevitably chases enterprise. But in that process, they're almost incentivized to fuck over the juniors that actually built their business. Or not juniors even, but like front-end people or full-stack people that just don't know how to do what Vercel is already doing. If you are a seasoned full-stack developer, you could totally do everything Vercel is doing. You can actually do that. I'm not kidding. Like, launching up a new branch to an ephemeral, like, subdomain, sure, it'll take some effort the first time you do it, and then once you've done it, you're done. You can do it forevermore. In the same way that upload thing is targeted at people who haven't done the S3 thing before. If you've done the S3, like, upload thing using pre-signed URLs or pre-signed posts, upload thing doesn't make any sense to you. Right? To me, I would never use upload thing because I've actually done that process possibly a dozen times at this point. But that doesn't mean that I don't think it's a good service. I think it's actually a great service for people that don't want to put in that effort. Look at Rox Codes. Rox Codes, I consider a pretty damn good dev. But he hasn't done the S3 upload process enough times to make it easy enough to do again. And he is the target market for upload thing. And I understand that. I know I'm not the target market for upload thing. And that's fine. Vercel just simply doesn't recognize who their true target market is, right? Who their true users are, whether it's their target market or not. And I think they do recognize it, but they're trying to hit, like, bigger things at the expense of other people, though. So yeah, I don't know. And again, I don't know if I have, like, these thoughts fully formulated properly. I'm sure I could phrase it better at some point with enough thought and with enough effort. But I don't think this entire discussion deserves that much effort, really. Right? I do think upload things serves an extremely valid niche. I'm just not part of that niche. And that's fine. Right? I don't think Theo or Mark behind upload thing would consider me part of their target market. And I get it. That's fine. But I think Vercel is really shooting their existing market in the foot by trying to target other markets and make those profitable. And we've seen that time and time again. I don't think this is a tweet I want to use at the moment. If anyone else wants to take this entire idea, take it and run with it. You don't even need to tag me if you want. You can, but I'm not worried about it. Instead, I'm just trying to think this out myself. Ooh, hold up. Chaos. So basically, all our base belong to Little Flu. Or Lil Flu. Please don't phase through my screen. This is my space right here, right? But yeah, Lil Flu, if you want that audio clip, just send me a message. I can send you the audio clip of it. No problem. But that message needs to be done on Discord so that I can actually upload it to you. But yeah, what are we working on right now? I'm actually working on a submission to React Summit because I think this thing I've done for Highlight.io as a potential video would actually make a pretty good presentation. And I actually kind of want to give this presentation at Seattle.js even. Now, it's a bit rough. I need to fine-tune it, possibly remove some segments to fit within a range. For sure, absolutely. But I think what we got is worth proposing as talks to, a bunch of conferences. And React Summit is the first one I want to do it for. I'll do it for JS Nation too, because again, it's by the same people. But yeah, I think there's other presentations that would benefit as well. And I'd love it, just flat out love it, if Highlight.io would incentivize these talks being accepted. Right? Hey, here's a bounty. If you get your talk accepted and you give it at a big conference, here's a check. That'd be cool. But even then, I'm not worried about it because I still benefit from delivering an awesome talk. And yeah, I think this OpenTelemetry Next.js stuff is an awesome talk. And I just want to fine-tune how I propose it for various meetups and stuff, various conferences, whatever. And that's kind of what we're doing at the moment. We are definitely getting sidetracked as we do due to Thirsty Thursday and Lemonade. But yeah, I don't know if I need my entire thing. Did Stream Parrot ever finish? No, Stream Parrot's dead. Like, fully dead. It's still running, but it's a zombie at this point because the hard drive that I did a bunch of work for it on died. Like, that hard drive's totally dead. So I lost easily like a year's worth of the features we added to it. So whatever is in production right now is what it will be, what it ever will be. At some point, if I can make other things work and I don't need to have a job and I don't need to worry about profitability, if I can make other things profitable or sell them to another company, etc., then I can totally revive Stream Parrot and remake everything we got for it. But Stream Parrot was built on the idea of trying to monetize streamers, and that's a terrible idea. Streamers are the worst target market. It's like trying to monetize restaurants. Restaurant owners are incredibly cheap. They don't want to pay for anything. Streamers are the same way. Streamers barely make enough to consider continuing streaming. To make a streamer pay for something, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. And I want to point out, like, I'm pretty sure, without saying I know or anything, like, without divulging anything, I'm pretty sure Theo and Mark recognized that with Ping. Ping is technically profitable, as far as I've heard and know. But it's not something that's ever going to go truly viral and truly, like, massively profitable because streamers are a terrible target market. They just are. It's really bad. The only reason companies like Streamlabs or Stream Elements exist is because they're not actually monetizing the streamer. They're monetizing the viewers. Viewers are a profitable market due to scale. Streamers themselves, specifically, not profitable. They just aren't. Yeah, donations, sure, yeah, you do a donation to a streamer through Stream Elements, they get a cut. And if you're a big enough streamer, they get a lot of money from that, right? And there's all sorts of ways that stream companies monetize the viewers of streams without actually monetizing the streamer. And I think that's important. That's worth recognizing. So yeah, streamers are a terrible target market. Stream viewers are a pretty decent target market. But Stream Parrot doesn't target stream viewers in any way. It only targets streamers. So it's actually a terrible business idea. It was just really fun to make. If I hadn't lost a year's worth of effort, I would actually be like monetizable and I'd make dozens of dollars off it. But it's not like it's something I'd be able to retire on. Nah, I'm sorry. Streamers are a terrible target market. It's something I didn't realize at the time, but it's also something I wanted myself anyway. So technically, Stream Parrot is where I needed it to be, and we're good to go. Lost? What happened? An external SSD crashed. I fucked up. I used APFS, right? Apple's file system on an external drive. That was terrible. That was the worst decision I've ever made. And I've made some bad decisions. Yeah, so never, ever, ever, ever use APFS on an external drive. Just don't do it. It was a Samsung SSD inside of an Anchor enclosure. I was hosting it, but I guess I hadn't pushed up enough. However, I'm pretty sure I had pushed up enough, but this is also around the time that Bitbucket and Jira lost a bunch of customer data. I don't have any numbers or way to back up my statement, so I'm not sure that they lost my data, but I'm pretty sure they lost some of my data. Again, it's on me. I should have pushed it up more, had it in other places, backed it up better. All sorts of things I should have done better. So I can't blame Bitbucket. I can't blame Atlassian in any way. It's, you know, it is what it is. That's on me. I messed up. I should have been backing up my data better. Nowadays, yeah, I'm treating GitHub as a backup. If GitHub loses user data, ooh, like the world will revolt. So at least GitHub's a little safer. Yeah, back up with a NAS. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. Ooh, if Gmail loses data, the world will revolt. For sure. You better hope you're not holding any Google stock if Gmail loses people's data. Yeah, your portfolio will tank. The index funds I'm invested in will tank. Right? I don't know anything about the market, right? Like stock market stuff. If Gmail loses user data, if they lose any of my user data, I'm buying puts immediately, right? Puts are the thing where, like, if a company's stock goes down, you make money, right? This is not financial advice. But yeah, if Gmail loses my data, I am immediately buying some puts on Google. For sure. 1000%. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding those terms and puts isn't the term I'm looking for. Keep that in mind. I don't know the stock market. I'm gonna rely upon someone smarter. Puts? Okay, puts. Right? Whereas the other thing, right, if you're expecting a stock to go up, what is that? Is that a call? Do I have that right? Those are calls. All right, cool. Hey, I'm ready for Wall Street bets now. There we go. Hey, I feel like I'm ready. Again, please don't do this. I'm not a financial advisor. I am the worst person to actually consult for any of this stuff. Do not take anything I'm saying seriously. For any of this, I am not a financial advisor. Okay? Shit. However, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, some of these companies use loser data. You'll know when your data is lost. It's not insider trading to use that information. However you see fit. All right, yeah. Granted, it's Reddit, so take it easy. You know, it is what it is. It's fine. But okay, so it's 7:30 p.m. Let's finish this part, and then we'll call it good. So, hey, what is the main thing that we're trying to do here? Daily time and productivity? I mean, how dare you make me think about that, right? I don't want to quantify my stream here. All of this time is productive. Because if I didn't do it, I'd burn the fuck out real quick. So I want to say that right now. All of this time is productive. Because time I spend streaming is time that I'm not spending burning the fuck out and wanting to do something different. All right, so main category of this talk. You get a solid 5 minutes? I mean, 5 minutes? That's pretty good. All right, I said that was probably the last one. Well, I got one more in me. Why not? Why not? Why not? All right, this is a mellow one, though. And again, we are sipping on Nika whiskey from the barrel. Product of Japan. This is my first time trying it. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good. I would say it's not that smooth. It's a 51%, right? Maybe it's as smooth as a 51% can get. But that don't mean shit. Just saying, feisty lobster. It's not that smooth. I tried it straight. It ain't. It just really isn't. No, there is actually some whiskey that is incredibly smooth going down. No, I get you, feisty. I'm just saying, at 51%, no, that's basically like gasoline. At a 51%, that's basically gasoline. All right? Delicious gasoline, maybe, but still gasoline, you know? Who doesn't love some good gasoline in the throat? Yeah. So that's the thing. If you've got 4 or 5 in you, then it's very smooth. That is not the criteria of what a smooth whiskey makes. All right? I'm just going to say that right now. That is not actually the criteria. Four Roses, even the yellow label, is quite smooth. I would say as far as like if you're going to drink some whiskey neat without anything added to it, and maybe with like just a chaser, Four Roses is like the best bang for your buck for smoothness you're ever going to get, really. Ah, so you're a Scotch drinker, right? Yeah, Scotch is a different beast. And if you are a Scotch drinker, your definition of smooth is just fundamentally different. I will say, technically, if you're a fan of corn whiskeys, the whiskey I'm sipping on right now is right up your alley. But that's like a really acquired taste. So technically, moonshine is corn whiskey, right? This Japanese whiskey I'm sipping on, I would be willing to bet the majority of the mash is actually corn. Because I feel like I can taste that in it. So if you're okay with corn whiskey, then you're right up there. But if you're not used to corn whiskey, it is not smooth. And it's not a flavor you're prepared for. Moonshine is so smooth. You're a fucking liar. Like, let me just put that out there. You are a fucking liar. Okay? No worries, Effigy. It's okay to be a liar. But damn, man, you are lying to our faces. Exactly. No, it's fine. I don't mean to be so harsh. Yeah, my phrasing was a bit rough. I apologize. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess corn alcohol is an acquired taste. Ooh, so hold on. There's a thing to that, right? Couple of old boys gave you a sip. I bet they had already added the water to it that would make it, like, more passable. If it was the straight up, like, 50%, I don't know if I believe you. Maybe what you mean is it wasn't as bad as you thought it would be. Yeah, my guess is they actually watered it down a bit ahead of time. And that actually makes it, like, really passable. But I also think, like, if you're expecting, like, oh my god, moonshine, it's going to be terrible. Like, as long as you frame it as, it's going to be awful, anything that's not awful is actually kind of good. So there's, like, something about your expectations. I think that's a big part of it. I think it's about the expectations. Right? So there you go. You were already, like, conditioned with overproof whiskeys. At that point, an overproof good moonshine might have been actually pretty smooth comparatively. I can get that. I can totally get that. That makes a lot of sense. If you drink barrel proof consistently, then something that is barrel proof but smoother is actually pretty smooth. So, right, that's where, like, the relative nature of it really comes into effect. I typically drink 80 proof or 40% bourbons. So anything stronger than that hits me hard. And I gotta really water it down. Ipso facto. Okay, so yeah, our talk about OpenTelemetry and Next.js is a best practices observability thing. And then the subcategories are observability and Next.js. And I think at that point we're pretty good. Either option is fine to me. If I've presented at conferences or meetups before, please share the links. When is the talk? I mean, it's not accepted yet, so I don't, like, you know, I'm not guaranteed to do it. I mean, I'll propose it to a bunch of these, for sure. Right? APIs and IPAs. Seattle Angular. Seattle React JS, Go SF, Seattle Rust. I've presented all those. For conferences, I have mainly done online and pre-recorded talks. Oh man, so here's the list. So yeah, there's Manning, Rust, Conf, Chris Griffin, come on. Come on, I believe in you. All right, there we go. All right, we're going to pause. Nope, pause. There we go. Let's find mine within the playlist. Here we go. Hold on, there's the list. Rust, Wasm, and you too. I need to actually copy and paste all this. So Manning RustConf 2020, VimConf, Chris Griffin. I think 2020 was the big one, right? Ooh, maybe not 2020. Maybe it was 2021. Nope. Hold up. Wait. Boom, right there. So NeoVimConf. Oh. Putting this at the bottom. That way I have it. Right, and I think those are like the big ones. Country and city where I live, Redmond, Washington, USA. A picture of me. Oh, shit. Hold on. So someone's asking over here. Still cooking and always. Dude is that guy. I mean, we're chilling. We're hanging out. We're doing our thing. Someone over on YouTube, or not YouTube, sorry, Twitter, asked, what do I do with the project ideas that already exist? They try to maintain a board with those ideas, but then after a quick search, they find that lots of them were built. All right, there we go. Anyway. Yeah. Someone building something that you already had as an idea doesn't matter because they maybe didn't look at it with an entrepreneurial mindset. They didn't do it in a way that would make money. They didn't publicize it right. They didn't build it in public in a way that got people involved and stoked on it. Like, there's so many things that have been done that you could still make money on, right? Technically, if someone's already done it, that means there's already a target market for it. And they've proved out the idea that there is a market for it. So, picture of me. Hold on. And I think I have a high-res version of my face somewhere. Hold on. Does Get Nation have it? Oh, they do, but they don't. Yeah, right? Good ideas can be made in a smaller ecosystem with, being monetized in a way, like in a target market that just no one's done yet. There are plenty of project ideas that Y Combinator actually even funds that are just blank in a different country. Because internationalization is actually super expensive and hard to do. Yeah, they want something that's 800 by 800, though. So that's the hard part. So I need to see, do I have an image for that? Maybe I have it on my dev machine here. Nope, that's not it. Shit. Oh, so it's not on that machine. Shit. All right, let's see if I have it here. If not, I'm going to have to, like, upscale a photo somewhere, or I'm going to have to just come back to what we got here. All right, let's do these parts at least. Sure, right? These parts are easy. No allergies. What's my t-shirt size? Let's say medium. No, sorry. Yeah, there's no way I can talk them into it. I cannot turn this into a lightning talk. It's way too long of a talk already. I agree with that. Yeah, shit. I was really hoping that this would have like an auto completion for me of like a photo I've got. Okay, hold up. I bet I got this photo somewhere in my photos list. Oh, hold on. How do we feel about that one? It's actually the same beanie and everything. Oh, I'm going to say that's the one. Hold on. Where do these go? Show and Finder. There we go. Pictures, date modified? Is that where it goes? No? When you airdrop something, where does it go? Anyone know? Hey, hold on. All right. Open with preview. How do I crop it? There's a way to crop it, right? Nope, that ain't it. Adjust size. Nope, that ain't it. All right, hold on. Let me open it with Affinity. Yeah, I need to update Affinity here soon. Technically, just pay them more money. But whatever. They deserve it. They're awesome. What up, Travis? Mr. Sir. I'm so sorry. I might be ending soon, but I still want to finish like this, you know, submission to things, etc. So I still got time. So wait, you're basically Guile, right? Sonic Boom? Defender of Sonic Justice. The Rominator was really good. I think it was just Rominator, but we'll take it. It's fine. Yeah, that was good. That was solid. So yeah, for everyone joining, I did a presentation earlier about OTel Show and Tell Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. We did a recording, and it will be some sponsored content for Highlight.io. I also think it would be a fantastic talk for React Summit, especially because it's Next.js focused. Right? I'll at least propose it as a talk for Seattle JS here soon. Why not? Why not? I'll have to look up and see if there's any meetups I could remote into to give this same talk, because that'd be fun. But yeah, I'm going to propose this as a talk for React Summit in New York, because that was a blast last year. That was really fun. Oh, you got to go? You got to get some sleep for work tomorrow? I get it. I get it. But yeah, the entire gist is we are doing proposals to conferences using some of this context. I got more proposals I can make for sure, which I plan on doing, but this is like a good easy one because we finished it today. And I don't necessarily want to spend too much more time on it until I record the video for Highlight and then possibly have to like refine it for conference talks. So yeah, should be fun. Right now what we're working on is I need a photo 800 by 800 that shows my face. And the photo we're working on is just getting this one going. So yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Like, let's do the shout out thing. My mods didn't do it. How dare they? No, it's fine. I get it. I get it. But yeah, Travis, thank you so much for the raid, man. Everyone joining from Travis's raid, how y'all doing? Yeah, super good stuff. I actually wonder, there's someone I follow here on Twitch somewhere that I might be able to raid here soon because they kind of stream like late hours. we'll see. We'll go look. And if not, there's plenty of other people we can raid to. Yeah, we're not done yet. I got stuff I want to do. Let me just reach out to them just to see. Hold on. So I got to do this part just so I can get the screen back. Let me message them real quick. But yeah, good old raid chain. This is the best. I love a good raid chain. I always raid someone. Streamers that don't raid someone, I really wonder, like, why? Why don't you raid someone? It's the best way to introduce yourself to the rest of the community and build up your audience, etc. It's just the best. Why wouldn't you do that? So yeah, they might not be going tonight, and that's fine. But yeah, there's like I work for a company called Get Kraken. We have a program called Get Ambassadors, or Get Kraken Ambassadors. They're people that use Get Kraken on a regular basis that really like make cool content and, you know, help promote our company, etc. Oh, you used to use Get Kraken? Oh, hell yeah. Yak and cheers. That's awesome. Yeah, I work for them now. I've been a developer advocate for less than a month still. Maybe about a month here in like a week. But yeah, I just started with them. I need to make more content, obviously. But our ambassador program is really cool. And yeah, we got one person who's really active as an ambassador that I want to make sure I support when I can. Because, yeah, they're awesome. But yeah, I'm curious. So you used to use Get Kraken like the desktop client. Are you aware that there's a CLI tool? You could totally maybe make use of that. Do you use Get Lens in VS Code? If so, that's also a Get Kraken thing now. So yeah, it's pretty cool. If you have some feedback for me, I'd love to hear that. And I don't have it set up right now. Ah, you moved over to NeoVim and you use LazyVim. So yeah, I get that. I would say what you've got with LazyVim and LazyGit in general maybe still isn't what you would get from like Focus View, etc. And I would love to get like the commit graph in some way, shape, or form and Focus View and some other things into NeoVim. I don't have enough clout to make that happen yet. We do have enough time here on stream to maybe make that happen. I think technically I would love it if they could open source the CLI tool, because then that would make it so easy to integrate into a NeoVim extension. And I don't know if you've seen, but yeah, let me just go shout it out real quick. I think it should work here. GK focus, right? If we see the focus view, it'll take whatever you have wired up. It does take some time to load, but you know, it can be better. It can get better. Just takes time. If I do GK focus here, right? I'm loading up my focus view. I can see all the PRs I have, all the issues I might have. Keep in mind that, yeah, maybe my screen is making it look worse than it should. There we go. That looks a bit prettier. Right? I can see all the issues associated with me, right? Of all the repos that I have associated with it, I've got the pull requests associated with it. If I could get this into NeoVim, would that actually convince you that the CLI tool is worthwhile at some point? Right? Because LazyGit and LazyVim don't do this, you know? Right? You'd still need to set up a workspace that does some of this stuff. And then you could like snooze PRs or issues that you don't care about, right? I've got one snoozed. Sure, right? Does that actually give you a bit more like, oh, this might be worth using? Okay. All right, just throwing that out there. I'm not saying it's gonna happen because the entire point of my role is not to write code, though technically to do what I'm trying to do, I need to write some code. But yeah, I don't think LazyVim or technically LazyGit even solves this problem in any way. Whereas GitKraken does. So if I could wrap up GitKraken's CLI tool into a NeoVim plugin, which I've seen some other people do, then hey, we've got something going here, right? Because this isn't just GitHub. We could, we could switch provider and do Bitbucket or GitLab or Azure, right? And that's just for that part. What if we wanted to do like issue trackers, right? We could wire up Azure, Bitbucket, GitLab, Jira, or Trello. And it's all like available within that interface in a way that like LazyGit is not even thinking about. And having that right there within NeoVim would be really cool, right? So yeah, I think I simply need to get enough people that care about this from the command line that they could have their like voice heard. And maybe if I just spend some time here on stream hacking it out, it's not technically part of my job and they're not paying me for the part where I hacked it out, but I just want to see it happen. Then maybe they could see how worthwhile it is. Things like that. So yeah, I think that's my main goal. I want to try and surface something like this in some way into NeoVim natively, not just a separate, terminal tab or whatever. So yeah, just keep in mind, I am on your side. I am on the terminal user's side because I am personally a Git terminal user. But I still recognize that there are times where I would reach for GitLens at the bare minimum if I'm doing some other thing where I want to see like who modified what and when. Yeah, GitLens is awesome. Now, keep in mind, you can get some of that stuff with other plugins in NeoVim, but you can't get Focus View. And that's like a huge feature that I think really sets GitKraken's CLI tool apart from existing NeoVim tools. So I would try and focus on hey, don't worry about recreating GitLens in NeoVim. There are other extensions for NeoVim that totally do that. But nothing does the Focus View. Right? And I think that's a major selling point. But yeah, again, I'm only a month in. I got other fish to fry first. So yeah. I got to take my time. I got to work up to this thing. Right? Work up to, the Focus View, etc. So yeah, anyway, just sorry to rant at you. It's basically my job. But I don't want it to feel like marketing. Instead, I'm just a developer that wants cool tools, And that's technically part of why they hired me, because I have the perspective of a dev rather than a marketing person. I've never worked in marketing. I don't fucking know. I'm just a dev. But that's the thing that they're lacking as far as their like marketing personas, etc. go. And I believe that's why they hired me. Yeah, exactly, right? If we can make something that solves people's problems, sells itself. But anyway, I know, I digress. I'm just here doing some bullshit. So, how do I crop this thing to a size that actually makes sense? Boom, that works for me. Apply. Oh yeah, we can tell I had a zit right there, huh? Or like the aftermath of a zit. Yeah, it happens. I also get like the rosy cheeks, but whatever. And then them dirty fucking eyeballs. It's not blue, it's like dirty blue. Them dirty blue eyeballs. But I think it works. I think it's fine. Let's save it out. Let's call it good. Hold on. We should do some color correction, right? Come on. Is there some like Instagram filter I could put on this? Just automatically? That'd be way better. Zabaganka! Thank you for the follow. I like that name. That's pretty good. And then, is it Han or Han codes? I see the two N's, so I question. Is it Han codes or Han codes? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And I already forget the best way to do this. New adjustment layer. Levels? Is that it? I think I lower the red a bit because, yeah, I'm a bit red. Ooh, there we go. Separate it out. Let's go to the, oh, no, that ain't it. Red. And then, I don't know if we, nope, that ain't it. I can make myself green. I blew myself. Sorry, hold on. Oh, nope, that goes there. Output. There we go, I'm not so red anymore. How do I see, like, the before and after? Like, with and without? Doing it as an adjustment layer would help me do that? I'd still say that's fine. Good to go. Cool, nailed it, export. Right? Fuck it. Huck it, chuck it, football. Yeah, fuck it. Suno AI? No, I know that's like really, like, yeah, somewhat zeitgeisty, because I've seen Dax do it, I've seen Guillermo Rauch do it, right? Like, how many of those guys are actually invested into it? Wink. I don't know. Not sure. Self-portrait. Sure, why not? Has the music industry all riled up? Yeah, because the music industry has a bunch of people that recycle all their own fucking garbage, and it's terrible music, right? Drake, Selena Gomez? Yeah, the people that make music I don't want to listen to anyway. Yeah, I get it. Duh. Yeah, of course they're going to be bummed, because they've been shitting out terrible music for years, and they're upset that someone else can do it now. Technically, right? I assume Ariana Grande's freaking out. Right? Music I don't want to listen to is really upset that an AI can make more music I don't want to listen to. Until it can shit out really good Krungbin style like music, I don't care. I don't care. And maybe it can shit out really good Krungbin style music, at which point, hey, we should use it for stream, right? Until it can produce realistic sounding Krungbin style songs, I'm just not interested. Krungbin is like the most generic music I can think of that I think AI should be able to reproduce, but I don't think AI can yet, which is actually kind of sad. Because Krungbin is basically just generic, like, funk, you know? Generic 3-person band funk. It's not amazing. It's not the craziest thing I've ever heard, but it's like, it's fun. I'll listen to it. But AI still can't do that, right? Yeah, call me when they can. Right? You need music with lyrics because the lyrics help you ignore how bad the backing tracks are. The only people I've seen be impressed by Suno.ai are people doing music with lyrics. And typically it's like generic, terrible music. It does create generic hip-hop, punk, and rock. Yeah, right? I just want to say, like, we've had, what's the name of it? Addictive Drums, or, there's some other, like, drum, like, VSTs that aren't even necessarily AI. They're just like, yeah, like, most drum patterns fall within specific patterns that exist, and then you just apply, like, MIDI to it, right? Like, different drum samples. Right? Like, there are VSTs that have done Addictive Drummer for fucking 10 years already, right? You haven't needed a real drummer for a long time unless you actually want a good drummer. Yeah, a lot of artists already make content coming from sound packs. Yeah, it's bullshit, man. Like, this isn't anything new. Generic artists are going to continue to be generic. They're just upset that they're being called out for how generic they are. Drake, I'm looking at you, you motherfucker. Like, dude, Drake is so fucking generic. He's the most generic rap you can find. He's cookie cutter, who gives a shit rap. I believe that's the name of the genre at this point. I'm almost positive that's the name of the genre. Cookie cutter who gives a shit rap. $16 kilohertz? I mean, you don't need it anyway. Hold on one second. Someone replied to my tweet, and I think they're 100% correct. Chris Esplin, very smart dude, right? So very true, 100%. Yeah. So I think, hold on. Let me shout out this tweet because Chris Esplin is 1,000% correct here. So yeah, let me just shout that out. And this dude's great. He's cool. He's part of the Highlight IO crew. So keep in mind, I'm a little biased because I think they're all great. Not just because of the potential sponsorship. I haven't gotten a single dime yet. And if the entire idea dies, I'm still a huge fan. So let me put that out there, right? If I never make a single dollar from this, I will still sing their praises. I think that's important. Oh, hold on. This one, right? So Chris Esplin says he lets his ideas age. If he still likes an idea after a few months, it might be worthwhile. It's amazing how poorly ideas age, right? And I think it's very true, 100%. The problem is that some people don't record their ideas and they never have a chance to grow or die after a proper lifetime. You know, if you don't record the idea to look at it later, it's gone forever. And you never know. You never know what could have been. Yeah, for sure, Trevenge. What you need to do is put it in like a Trello board or something similar where you can like sort and filter the ideas that you could do, how much you think they're worthwhile to the top, and then other ideas filter down. And then at some point you might realize, well, I couldn't have done it before, but it's a great idea. Now I think I could do it. And then it filters up. But if you let it die on the vine and never look at it, it's gone forever. So I think there's something very important. So yeah, I fully agree with Esplin's comment here, for sure. If you can't do it, someone else could, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it later, and it doesn't mean that they're going to do it right. I think that's an important aspect. Just because someone's already done it doesn't mean they've done it right. And if you can identify a niche and how you could do it better, who cares if they've already done it? Right? There are very few unique ideas in the world. The idea you just had, someone else statistically had the idea within the past 24 hours too. The only thing that separates you is opportunity and gumption. If you think you can do it, they might not have. If you have the opportunity to do it, they might not. Right, the idea for Instagram. Plenty of people could do it, but who did? The guys that made Instagram. Right? Ideas are extremely cheap. Ideas are basically worthless. Right? Opportunity and effort are the things that make ideas actually worthwhile. Oh, and I should have thumbs up one of those. Yeah, maybe, but I think that's a miss. All right, so hold up. There we go. So that's the tweet there. Picture of me. Hold on, let's finish this part. Right, did I export this yet? Let's do an export. Oh, and I called it self-portrait, and it's over... Definitely not in the right place. Hold on, let's put it in downloads. There we go. Imager? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Let's do a new post. Nope, not what I want. We call it good. Post to community. Nope. Back. I think we're good. All right, so let me copy the short bio. All right, we got all that. I don't think I could do a lightning talk from it, but I do have other things I bet I could make a lightning talk from, so we will probably do like another submission. Motorcycles, I see 1, 2, 3. Wait, didn't I do that? So we did one submission. I should probably do another, but we'll wait to do that till tomorrow. So yeah, I gotta pee. I might as well finish stream up here at this point. Who can we go raid? Who's streaming right now? If I look at my following list, I see Shy Ryan, who's killing it with 76 viewers. Nice. I see Middle Twitch doing Red Dead. Earend Snowcone doing some ASMR. Interesting. I don't have permission to raid Chrissy Codes at the moment, but I'd like to do that. I'm slacking on that part. That's on me. Ah, shit. Well, Shy Ryan, I was just about to raid you, Mr. Sir. Shucks. That was all right. Yeah. If you want that clip, just send me a message over on Discord as a PM, and I can download that audio clip for you. It was a little off, like they spoke a little quick, etc. That was still pretty good. Thank you for the raid, man. Yeah, hold up. Yeah, how was your Elixir stuff? I was over in Louis Pilfold's stream. And then we got into someone else's stream and they were like, hey, don't say Elixir too many times or Shy Ryan might show up. So I tried my best to get you to show up, but someone else was streaming Elixir at the time, so you were stuck over there. Yeah, Elixir's fantastic. I mean, we did say it 3 times. We totally did. But Tej was doing Elixir at the time. So that makes sense. Right? Tej was doing Elixir, so you were over there. I get it. For reasons. But yeah, we were in Louis Pilfold's. He rated MetaMe. And yeah, MetaMe was like, hold up. Shh. Do you want to summon Ryan or something? So yeah, it was pretty good. Well, I guess I have to keep going. So should I do a submission to JS Nation as well? I probably should, right? Yeah, MetaMe's great. Yeah, he's awesome. Super chill. It was a great time over there. Yeah, just chatting, chilling, hanging out. I know, I definitely have to keep going. However, I'm out of water and I have to use the restroom. So if you give me just I want to say 30 seconds to a minute, I'll be right back. I'll pour another whiskey. It's Thirsty Thursday, obviously. So we're good. I just submitted a presentation about OpenTelemetry combined with Next.js for React Summit US. I mean, the pee takes 30 seconds and the water I pour is in actually the same room. So it's Friday on the Atlantic in Canada. I don't think I remembered that you were Canadian. Oh, cool. Yeah, is there like a big Elixir conference that you look forward to every year? And bear in mind, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Let me know what that is because I might want to try and make a talk for it just because. Okay, so that was like a minute and a half, right? Okay. So, minute and a half, mainly because I was holding it in because I thought I was going to be ending soon. It would have been quicker if I hadn't been holding off the restroom break for the past, like, hour. Maybe half hour. But all right. I know of Jose Valim. I've never met him. I have seen his stream, but he has no idea who I am. Unless he's been here in chat and I was a jerk to him, then he might know who I am. Shy Ryan knows what I'm talking about. And again, I think I bear at least most of that. I just, I try and protect my stream. Sometimes too vehemently. All right? Just saying. I think we moved past it. I was just making a joke. Yeah. Like, I was pointing out that the jerk move was on me. You meant what you said in jest, but if I let too many of those jokes fly by, then all of a sudden I've got a, what's that dude who streamed here like 3 times and then gave up because he let his chat run amok? The anti-angular dude. Glasses. You know who I'm talking about. I'm spacing on his name right now for some reason. Famous YouTuber, for sure. Yeah, for some reason I'm spacing on it, but yeah. You know who I'm talking about, though, right? He was a guest on Mewtrue's stream at one point. Curly hair, glasses, hates Angular. Had the worst, like, the absolute worst reasoning I've ever heard for hating on Angular. Right? He's never used Angular, but he hates it. Well, I don't need to jump off a cliff to know it's a bad idea. Dude, motherfucker. Like, that's the worst thing I've ever heard to justify hatred for something. Right? It's bigotry at that point. Like, dude, it's just flat out bigotry. Y'all know who I mean. But my brain won't do it. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure he actually at least... Benawad. There you go, poor boy. You know. Yeah, Benawad. I'm actually pretty sure he's lurked the stream before. He might still lurk it. I don't know. There was a point at which I had an Expo app going, and I allowed people to jump in and, launch the Expo app using the thing, and then there was a thing that just said Benawad's phone. Right? As far as the clients connected to it. He got doxxed a bit. I didn't do it on purpose, but it happened. I don't have anything against him as a person, but I absolutely will hate on the bigotry that he promotes. Because all frameworks have flaws. To pretend one is better for some superficial reason, especially because you've never actually tried the other one, come on. That ain't cool. Anyone who knows me knows I use all of the front-end frameworks. And I don't give a shit. I don't care. They're all useful. Yeah, Angular 1. Dude. If you want to judge Angular 1, you should judge the first iteration of React. It wasn't great. It was better than what was around, but it wasn't great. There was no concept of Redux or any like real library for Flux. They just said, hey, here's how it should be done. Have at it. Early React sucked because there was no consistent like consensus of what state management libraries made sense. Yeah, a lot of people have rose-colored glasses about how early React was. It's actually kind of bad too. Early Vue was also kind of bad. Right? At the end of the day, like judging a framework for what happened 10 years ago is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. And not someone anyone should think about or consider or even care about, right? Anyone judging a framework by what happened 10 years ago is someone to not be listened to. That's all. Ooh, I'm just gonna say, no, I disagree, Mixed Nuts. I've got this thing called Orderly. It is SQLite compiled to Wasm via SQL Local, as well as Whisper.cpp compiled to Wasm, and it means I get audio dictation in any browser fully within the browser without a server involved. It's amazing. It's magic. We live in the future. Right? Wasm is magic, man. Just because there's someone that hasn't done it right yet doesn't mean it's something to like ignore forever. Is it perfect right now? No. Can it be better? Absolutely. Should you write it off because it's not perfect? Hell no. That is such a myopic view of the world. If you try to give up, that's also a terrible way of looking at things. Try everything multiple times with years gaps between them, because you might be surprised how much better it's gotten. If you tried PHP 12 years ago, yeah, obviously it sucked. PHP nowadays is fine, man. No, I think you phrased it wrong. You try everything once, which means if you don't like it, you'll never look at it again, basically. When instead, you should be willing to give things a second chance. How many times have I given frameworks a second chance? I don't use Svelte on a regular basis. I still use it all the time, right? For various things. SvelteKit is actually a really nice tool. You liked PHP 12 years ago. Well, cool. That's awesome. That's fine. Yeah, be willing to branch out. I think that's important. Svelte is nice. The only reason I wouldn't use Svelte myself is because there aren't enough libraries around it. I don't care about the framework. I don't care about Svelte or React or Ember or Angular or any of this shit. I just want to make things. And my ability to make things is typically contingent upon the ecosystem around them, not the framework itself. Now, you could say that the ecosystem is encouraged by the framework. Sure. So a framework with a better ecosystem could mean a better framework, but no, that would ignore the fact that a lot of developers are just cargo culting. Most developers are actually sheep. Very few are actually wolves. And I'm neither. I'm the shepherd. And I'm not the only shepherd. I'm just saying, I want to get to an end result of building something. How I build it is so much less important to me. True, that makes sense. They're mixed nuts, but to a degree. At the end of the day, you still need to get other devs involved. So any JS lib that exists, well, it needs good docs too. I feel like I am privileged. I actually have the knowledge of history over these things. We wouldn't have React if it weren't for Ember growing from Sprout Core, which grew from Objective-C, right? Objective-C actually set up the entire component lifecycle that we know and use today with every framework we have, right? The mount lifecycle, the dismount lifecycle, like all of that stuff didn't exist in the web until Objective-C and iOS made it happen. And then Sprout Core sprung up from that, and then Ember sprung up from that, and then every other framework took notes. We would not have the life cycle of components that makes total sense these days without iOS and Objective-C. So, yes, I'm lucky that I got to live through that. Whereas people getting involved nowadays just don't have that context. Yeah, I'm old. I'm not saying listen to me because I'm old or because I've been doing it for X years. I'm saying just pay attention to the fact that I've seen a lot of this stuff play out over the years. And it's not about the years, it's about the cycles. And I believe Shy Ryan has seen those cycles too. I remember Angular 1.1. That shit sucked. If you misspelled an import, your entire application broke and you wouldn't know. Angular 1.3 fixed that. If you didn't use 1.3 through 1.5 or 6, you wouldn't realize that they actually fixed that problem. So instead, just recognize that there is context you might be missing because you disregarded something too early. I think that's important. Epoch. That was solid. That was a good one. Ooh. Shines like the Aurora Borealis. Bathes in the breath of a dying star. Dude, the bot's getting poetic. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mixed Nuts. I appreciate that. So yeah, anyway, just pointing out, languages, frameworks, all this stuff. They all get better with time, even Perl. To disregard them is to actually miss out on what they bring to the table. Right, so Shy Ryan, I get that, but SPAs actually are an amazing user experience. Where when you click something, you immediately see a result, even if other parts need to, like, keep loading. That is such a great UX that I think we're seeing plenty of people complain about the problems that SSR is reintroducing via Next.js, where you click a button in your UI and you gotta wait for the entire UI to rationalize things before it decides to render again. Right? But you don't even get like a good spinner or thing that lets you know it's going. You just have to look up at your like URL bar and see that it's no longer the refresh icon and now it's an X. Well, okay, I see the X, so I guess it's doing something. But I get nothing in my UX, my UI, that lets me know what it's doing or why. What part is loading? Again, Shy Ryan, you're maybe misunderstanding that Phoenix Live View requires JavaScript to do that. Your hatred of JS is misplaced because Phoenix couldn't do what it does without the SPA functionality of JavaScript. Yes, I've used Phoenix Live View. I get it. It's fine. I just don't enjoy it myself. It's not something I want to do. Because for the types of applications I build, I don't want a server wasting time rendering anything. Fuck no! I want my server to just do JSON input and output. That's it. My API should not spend any time rendering templates. Put that shit onto the user's machine. Let them do that. They got the cycles to spare. One second. Hold on. Which tweet? Sorry, my bad. I might have missed it. Or do you mean over on, like, Twitter? Like you replied to a tweet? Hold on. Right? I fundamentally come from the world where... And yeah, hold on, we got a spammer. Quick ban. Holy spam, like, come on, Twitch, figure that shit out. CTO of an e-com business, and they're not a coder. They have developers, and they get frustrated when they quote you a few days for things that they're convinced can be done quickly. 80% of the time, they spin up Replit, use the AI, and within a couple hours have something working. I mean... Developers should assume they're not a coder, managers can code? No, they're not a coder, managers can shit out code that a junior would shit out, but no one can maintain. Yeah, so Treven, sorry. Twitch actually recognized them as a suspicious user, which is awesome. So you guys didn't even see it. But mods here saw 9 messages that were 12 plus lines long for some bullshit service that fucking sucks. Right? If their service was good, they wouldn't need to spam. So yeah, mods actually know what we're talking about. Yeah. If you have BTTV, you probably saw it as well. Maybe not. I'm not sure how that works. All right, let's check it out. But yeah, like this fucking guy, like seriously. AI can shit out code that nobody wants to maintain. I don't care about this CTO of an e-com business. Yeah, this motherfucker doesn't write code that I need to actually go and modify later. He writes code that is write once code. Right? It's write only code. There's no one reading that code. It's write only code. Yeah, I get you. I think live svelte's cool, man. For sure. I think it's a great idea. Again, though, I don't want Phoenix Live View spending any time worrying about what my UI is doing. At all, right? That's the front end's problem. That's some other server's problem. In my opinion, right? I want my API to be only concerned with API things. If I need a front end to do live svelte things, that's a BFF problem, not my API's problem. As far as scalability and mass consumability, I want my API to only be concerned with delivering data to any platform that needs it. Any platform that needs it. It's just a fundamental separation of concerns that I massively care about. That is something that I have fundamentally I am dogmatic about that. And I'm not dogmatic about much. But I am dogmatic about I don't want my server rendering templates. I don't want my server caring about my UI. That's it. And when I say server, I mean purely my canonical API server. If I want SSR, I will spin up an entirely separate service to do SSR that consumes my canonical API server. I want my canonical API server fundamentally separated from everything else. If I want SSR, I will have an SSR server fetching data from my canonical API, my completely stateless API server that I can scale horizontally infinitely, basically. I just spin up a new instance and then round robin to it. I'm done. Everything else is just another service consuming that. So SSR? Sure, whatever. I don't care. Do SSR if you want. But I don't want my canonical API server that interacts directly with my database worrying about rendering templates. Fuck that. And you will see that the majority of large-scale companies operate in this way. Netflix does the same thing. Netflix has their canonical API server. And if you want to do some other mini front-end service bullshit for server-side rendering whatever, yeah, you consume that API with your SSR separately using a BFF. No, I do not believe in the BFF hitting the DB directly. The BFF needs to be hitting the canonical API server. If your BFF decides that it needs to hit the DB directly, something has gone terribly wrong. That's it. That's my approach to architecture in general. The BFF should never need to hit the DB directly. If that is a case, something has gone terribly wrong. And I know it introduces a bit of a waterfall of requests. That waterfall is still better than the chaos ensued by everything hitting the DB directly. That waterfall is understandable. Because typically, for your BFF, caching is a thing. Your BFF should be able to decide what things need to actually hit the API every time versus what they can cache. That is the BFF's concern of what gets cached. right? Your canonical database should not worry about caching anything besides database caching. Maybe I disagree with people, but I just want to say, like, anyone I've ever talked to that deals with databases at scale and backends at scale and just, you know, server-side logic at scale, nah, like, they agree. So I don't know, man. Just saying. This is my opinion. I haven't ever needed to personally do this myself because none of my full stack personal applications ever do this. And at every company I've ever worked at, I'm just the front end guy. So I could be totally wrong. I'm willing to embrace that. But so far, no one's given me any compelling arguments against what I'm talking about. I've never seen a properly compelling argument for why some BFF needs to hit the DB directly. Hell no. Nope. I'm not saying it won't happen, but it hasn't happened yet. I will say Shy Ryan probably works at a larger scale than I ever have as far as the back end and full stack is concerned, right? So yeah, Shy Ryan, if you disagree, I'm okay with that, right? Respectful disagreement is awesome. But so far, I've never met anyone that deals with data at scale that disagrees with the architecture I'm talking about. And even for data not at scale, it still makes sense, which is crazy to me, you know? So yeah, real quick, someone asked what we're sipping on tonight. It is Nika whiskey from the barrel. It's pretty good. But yeah, got something working is a terrible red flag. Like, holy shit, man. Right? It's write once code. Write only code. I might burn a bridge with this one. I'm sorry. Like, dude. Yeah, technically, CTO should know how to code already. He's not a manager. He should actually be capable of coding still. So yeah, I get it, whatever. And yeah, Shy Ryan, I hope I didn't scare you away. I think we were having great conversations, but I get it. As streams go, okay, you're still out there. Not only for scalability, but for teams. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you typically raid when you're, like, ending stream. Like, you end stream because you had stuff to do or you're trying to go to sleep. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Like, yeah. Appreciate you. Yeah, I assumed that I didn't ruffle a feather, but I just wanted to make sure. So, thank you. But, yeah, you've worked on large systems and small systems. High traffic stuff. You split stuff not only for scalability, but for teams as well. Yeah, one team maintaining the separation between the DB and all other devs is not just for scalability, but also just scope, you know? You can't maintain the whole DB in your head. It's just not possible. You might be able to maintain the surface area of the APIs you need to hit. And that's a totally separate concern. But a BFF is concerned about the APIs they need to hit. And then that's valuable. So hold on, real quick. Effigy, are you talking about Amjad? Yeah, I'm not saying Amjad's not a coder. He's talking about a CTO of some e-commerce business. That CTO might not actually be that technical. Yeah, I know. Amjad and, like, his CTO, who's another really good, like, Replit dude, right? I forget the name of the other Replit dude. Hold on. Right, there's the CEO and CTO. But I'm totally gonna miss this one. It's, like, weeks away. I lost it ages ago. I just followed him recently, actually, though. Hold on. This one. Yeah. No, he was not talking about himself. Yeah, the other Replit dude is... Hold on, I'm gonna mess this up. I follow him now, for sure, because I think he's great. Yves... Van Horn. He doesn't follow me, so he didn't show up first. But yeah, this dude. Yeah. Co-founder of... sorry, I mixed him up. Not Replit. Code Sandbox. Different thing. I mix those up all the time. That's on me. Yeah, right? They fit within, like, the same, like, mental bucket for me. So, yeah, that was my bad. I thought this dude was, like, the CTO, but no, this is Code Sandbox. Totally different. Totally separate. So I didn't burn a bridge. We're good. That tweet's fine. No, and I don't fundamentally disagree, right? Like, assume that people can code, but recognize that we have to write code in a way that is maintainable. And that is fundamentally different from it works, you know? Juniors shit out code that works all the time. I've had to deal with someone who wasn't a junior on an Angular application back in the day where we had state management wired up. We had services for everything we needed. And, like, you know, our Next.js was wiring up all of this reactivity for us. And instead, this one dev made code that worked towards the ticket they were given, but they were using local storage as their state management layer. Local storage is fine for certain cases, but if you're trying to wire up state between one page and another in a single page app, local storage ain't it, man. We have all sorts of other mechanisms you can use. If you're using local storage for that, you're basically telling me you have no idea what you're doing. And this person mixed that into a 30-plus file massive PR, where other devs on the team rubber stamped it, but me as the lead of the team, I had to actually read what they wrote, and I did not merge that PR. Because holy fuck, dude, local storage is not a state management layer. Local storage is for persistent state, not runtime state. They were using it for runtime state. That's a huge fucking problem. Yeah, so Nas the GOAT. I get it, man. Yeah, we deal with this shit all the time. So many people will just rubber stamp when they see a too large PR. Instead, we need to actually recognize that a too large PR is often used as a mask for some shit code. Because they're relying upon that needle being in the haystack and you just can't find it. I've dealt with really bad developers before. Offshore developers. No offense, right? There's some really good offshore developers, and then there are just some shit offshore developers. This person was one of those shit offshore developers. I've met some really, really, really good offshore developers. Right? But it's one of those things where as a consultant, as a contract dev, they don't give a fuck about the maintainability. They just need to solve their task so they can get paid. And that's a huge liability and a huge problem. Salaried offshore developers? Big thumbs up. Contract offshore developers? Ooh, I don't know. And that's the problem. Like, contract developers in general. Ooh, I don't know. Right? It's not necessarily being onshore or offshore. I think actually contract versus salaried is really the differentiator there. Contractors don't give a fuck. And I say this as a person who's been a contractor who actually cared. I like to think I'm the edge case. But working for a firm that employs contractors to other companies, yeah, the firm doesn't give a fuck about quality. They just want that fucking line item to make some money off that contract. And then they can churn and burn and get like the next contract. Again, if you have good, strict review policies, you're good to go. When you're on a small team, that strict review policy typically falls upon one person. If you're on a team of 5, with one senior engineer and a couple juniors, and then maybe like one person who was brought in late stage to the project, and then a bunch of like maybe 2 or 3 offshore devs that are contractors as well, someone has to be the gatekeeper of good code, and it typically falls on the lead of that team. And I've been that lead more often than I'd like. At which point, yes, I am slowing down the velocity of the project from the company's standpoint, right? The company I work for's standpoint. But we delivered good code that I think is actually worth maintaining, that I think the client can actually maintain into the future because of it. So that's important. And yes, as the lead, I do make more, probably, right? So it's on me. Sure. But you need to actually have a culture of giving a shit. And that's hard to actually make happen in a lot of places. A culture of giving a shit is a luxury. Especially at contracting agencies or consultancies or whatever you want to call them. When their sales team is the main thing driving revenue, yeah, you're going to be pissing into the wind when you talk about code quality. But at the end of the day, if I have to actually maintain and speak to the bugs that get surfaced, etc., that shit's on me. It's my problem. I'm not going to merge in code that I'm going to have to debug on the weekend. And hey, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the raid. Yeah. I'm going later than I intended. I'm okay with it. It's Thirsty Thursday. So yeah, we're good. Right, 15 to 20-year-old code base. Yeah, shit code's gonna work its way in. It's gonna happen, right? You're not gonna have really focused people all the time. If I go on vacation, shit code will be merged in while I'm out. If I'm on a team of 5 and I'm the only one who cares, yeah, shit code will be merged in while I'm away. Which means I basically don't take vacations. If I'm on vacation, I'm still reviewing code while I'm on vacation. It just means I'm not writing code. That's how it's always been. Right now, I don't work at a company that has that. I'm now a developer advocate. So I work at a company where I don't write code anymore. I'm a content creator now. I was hired at the company I'm at now, Get Kraken, right? We got a command for it. Keep that in mind, for sure. I'm not hiding it. I work at Get Kraken. They hired me specifically because I do content as a hobby anyway, but I have experience as a developer. And that's something that most of the team that I work for in product marketing and marketing in general, they just don't have. And that's fine, right? They are really good at what they do, right? The rest of my team is awesome. But they just don't have the mindset or experience of, you know, like 24/7 developers, right? People who do dev as their job, right? And that's fine. They don't need that, right? They're really good at what they do, which is not coding. Instead, I was hired specifically because of my experience as a dev and also the fact that I do content, right? And I do this stuff. And we chat and we talk and, you know, I have a bit of context and understanding that some of the people on my team will never have, and that's fine. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think, I don't know where I'm going with what I was saying there. If someone made a Git cracking tool for Perforce, you would throw them buckets of money. Ooh, okay. That was actually something I was planning as like some content for the company. Like, hey, are you migrating to Git as a company and Perforce is your thing? Well, here's how we translate what you've done with Perforce into Git, right? So at least like giving you that migration path. That's some content that I think would be like really good. And we can make that content for Perforce, we could do it for Tortoise, we could do it for SVN, right? Or Subversion, technically. We could do it for a bunch of like existing older tools, or at least just different tools where companies are like migrating. And I think that would be some really, really good content. Yeah, I don't think we'll make anything like that for Perforce. And we got an ad right now, so let's just wait for the ad. I'll pour another beverage. Sure. We'll wait. We got a sec. Right, y'all should be back now. So yeah, Tashcan, what would it take to make your company migrate from Perforce to Git? I think that's an important thing. What would that actually take? Maybe just on a team-by-team basis, where like an individual team uses Git, and then eventually what they do gets merged back up to the Perforce stuff. Is that possible? I've never used Perforce, so I don't know. I am just pissing in the wind on that one too. Right? Like, as that age-old, as the age-old Ween song goes, I'm waving my dick in the wind. If everything goes right, I'll be in your arms tonight, but I'm waving my dick in the wind. Figuring out how your Perforce integrations with your tools would work with Git, and if that's possible. So yeah, like, how are you all doing your like issue management, etc.? That would be something worth understanding as well. Like, I would assume Perforce does like the issue part of things too, right? Oh, you use Jira? Oh my god. Dude, you could wire up Jira to Git like that. Like, oh my god, you guys could pivot from Jira and Perforce to Jira and Git really easy, I bet. For sure, man. Yeah, you almost need just to hire like some contractor to help you like imagine that. Like, you could totally do it. Like, it'd be so easy. Your own tools are pretty hardwired to Perforce. So I get that. And then it's almost like, it's almost like whether it's something our company does or we find a good partner for, but right, like migrating Perforce tooling to Git would be some major like good services work at some point. That'd be interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm really curious about that now. That'd be really interesting. I don't think it's within the scope of what our company wants to do, but we could partner with existing contractors that focus on that. Ooh, that gives me some really good thoughts. Yeah, thank you. So file/content locking. I don't think locking is actually a benefit. Yeah, I think locking is actually a problem. Yeah, my parents actually used to talk about when they worked on like COBOL systems, when you checked out a file, no one else could modify that file. Why? Right? Why not just have like a good merge conflict resolution system? Yeah, it reminds me of VSS, exactly Solthoth. And COBOL works in the exact same like source safe kind of like way, right? When you check out a file, no one else can touch it. That's actually a huge problem. Yeah, when things are just binary files, I can understand that just slightly, but it's just a binary file, so... Right, like... I could see some value in establishing a system for segmenting things, but really, like, if you just move that up one level, you're good to go. It doesn't need to be a source control problem. It needs to be a tasking problem instead. So then at that point, it's up to your project managers that just don't assign tasks that overlap on the same binary files, you know? Problem solved. So I think instead, moving up how you schedule these projects or tasks is important. I think that's actually the big takeaway. It's not actually no one can modify this file. Instead, like, well, yeah, like your tasking system should actually account for that, not your source control system. If these things overlap on the same files, well then, yeah, just move it up the level towards like the tasking. Yeah, figuring out those workflows, etc. That's why you need to hire like a specific consultancy that specializes in that, right? I'm going to make a note of this for work because I think that's huge. And I know it's outside the scope of what I should be doing as a dev. It's within the scope of maybe me being more valuable than just a developer advocate. I don't know, man, right? So I'm into this, right? Do we have partners that can help companies migrate off of Perforce, etc.? Workflow management and planning especially. Yeah, I think that's huge, man. And I know you don't make those decisions. I'm not trying to like say like, hey, yeah, you talk to your boss. No, I'm saying we need someone in sales, etc., that can push these things. We need someone that can help like, hey, do you have a problem? We know people that can help you migrate. Like, I think that would be huge. Yeah, exactly, right? If it helps your engineers, you help the entire organization, right? Content people definitely don't care because, yeah, content is binary, right? Content doesn't have diffs in general, unless you're working with like SVGs or something. And even then, it's basically binary. So I get that, right? I think maybe somehow separating out the content aspect from the code aspect would be worthwhile, right? And maybe that's part of the migration strategy, right? Let the content people still work in Perforce and then just establish a layer that pushes that up to Git. Bim, bam, boom. Like, I don't know what the fix is. I'm just spitballing. Maybe instead, you let your dev teams do Git, and then that just pushes up to Perforce. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think there has to be some, like, middle ground for migration. Right? And that's huge, man. Does Git handle large assets well? Technically, no. There's like a separate thing called Git LFS, which is large file storage, which does do it. If you want to push a file greater than 100 megabytes to GitHub, they will actually push you towards the enterprise version of GitHub because that has LFS as a thing, right? So LFS is large file storage. That's where, yeah, Git doesn't do large assets well, right? Especially binary. If you're less than 100 megs, fuck it, who cares? It sucked that every commit came from the same service account. Right, okay, so that makes sense, Solthoth. What if instead you had Perforce going to Git? And then, yeah, in Git, it's still coming from the same service account, but you don't care if it's just assets at that point. If it's just the binary assets being updated, who fucking cares, you know? Maybe there's metadata you could attach, but meh. You care more about the traceability of the code, right? And the granular traceability of code, not the assets. So instead, like, yeah, if you could make Perforce handle checking out the binary files of, like, assets, those get shipped up, but then your code is still Git. Like, really, I think instead of Git to Perforce, it's more like Perforce to Git. I think that could be a major thing. right? Release engineering, yeah, that's tougher, for sure. I get that. It's a hard sell. I totally get that part. I think it would take a good salesperson to do it, and I'm not a salesperson, so it's not on me. But I think this conversation is awesome. Like, I really appreciate it. I think there might be people, there's no one that's pushed back about my stream time and like me streaming during the day and doing all this stuff. There's no one that's actually pushed back about this. So I think we're still good. At every other company I've worked at, yeah, someone would push back. Like, why are you streaming during the day? I definitely lost a job because they considered it a conflict of interest. When instead, I am a better developer because of these conversations. And especially like for the company I work at now, I am better because of these conversations. Ooh, Escamania, I was actually thinking the same thing earlier today. I saw a bunch of just bullshit tweets from people where it's like, oh my god, like, hey, what type of like string concatenation do you prefer in JavaScript? And it's like, yeah, they did like double quotes and a plus symbol. They did single quotes and a plus symbol. And then they did template strings or whatever, right? Using the carets. And it's like, motherfucker, that is the worst content I've ever fucking seen. It's just engagement bait. And it got 100,000 views, right? So just keep in mind, like, I'm a curmudgeon. I hate most of the things I see on Twitter. And I actively mute people I just don't enjoy their content from. And I will say this, I'm a huge fan of the Primogen. I don't enjoy a lot of his tweets. Especially the ones where he revels in triggering people. That was actually the moment I decided to mute him. I could probably unmute him at this point, and it's great. But I know for a fact he would eventually do another one of those like, well, I said a thing that I know is going to trigger people, and hey, it triggered people. Triggered ya. And like, I'd mute him again. Because I don't think that shit's cool, man. I just don't think that's cool. I really like the Primogen as a person. I don't like his online personality sometimes. So that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. Later, troll. Wow, you're so sad. Could you get a better hobby, man? Like, maybe get a significant other or something? Goodbye. Yeah, no, it's the same troll we got. They're just super trolly. It signals how sad their life is, technically. Right? That's all they got going. Their hatred of me. Plot twist, I hate myself even more. Have fun. Duh. You can't deprecate me more than I self-deprecate. So yeah, anyway, I'm extremely critical, not just of other people, but also myself. I'm a critical individual. Which is why I was making that comment I just made, right? I really like Prime as a person, personally, like, you know, face to face. I don't enjoy a lot of his tweet content. Or technically, I only know that I have massively disliked a couple things he said. A lot of his other content's great. But man, reveling in triggering people, that ain't it. Especially because he likes to pride himself on being a good role model. Priding yourself on triggering people ain't it, man. And I'd say this to his face. I absolutely would. I absolutely would. Yeah, it's free clicks. He makes money off it. Like, you know, it's just BS. Like, but the fact that he'll have a tweet about, like, he's glad to be a dad to his community, etc. That's awesome. That's really cool. That's, like, super, like, positive and awesome. And then within a week, he'll do the, let me trigger people about their typing ability. And then he'll laugh and be stoked upon how many people he triggered because of it. Oh, dude. These things do not line up together. You are not morally consistent. I am morally consistent in being an asshole. Right? I think we can all agree on that one. I am morally consistent in being overly critical of people. The reason is because I'm being me every moment you see me. I can't play a character. I can't keep it up. If I started out playing a character, I'd totally stop being that character 3 hours in, at least like 2 whiskeys in, right? I couldn't keep up a character. So I just got to be me the whole time. You know? Again, I like Prime as a person. Every single moment I've chatted with him, he's such an awesome dude. He's super cool. His online persona, I typically disagree with in a lot of cases. Not a lot of cases, but enough that it makes me want to chat about it. Especially when he talks about, if you're not good at typing, you don't deserve a job, or whatever he fucking said. Like, I forget the exact tweet. Like, fuck that. Dude, the best programmer I know is my mom. And she hunts and pecks and looks at her hands when she types. But the value she has delivered, programming-wise, actually trumps every other programmer I know. Now, I'm not saying every programmer ever. I mean every programmer I've ever conversed with or met or chatted with, whatever. Right? When you dial any cell phone number, it's probably running code my mom wrote. She wrote number portability for the 1-800 system, and that was since ported to every other cell phone number so that you can take it from provider to provider. Anyone that remembers 30 plus years ago, when you moved, you got a new phone number. That's how that worked. You don't have to do that anymore because of number portability. A thing my mom worked on. And she still hunts and pecks because that shit doesn't fucking matter. My dad is one of the jerks that will say typing speed totally fucking matters. My dad doesn't code anymore. He doesn't do anything, right? Even 30 years ago, he barely coded. He's a hardware guy. My dad is one of the worst people to listen to for this shit, right? And my mom doesn't fucking care because she just does her job, she does what she needs, and delivers value. So it's really like my parents are like the diametric opposites in a bunch of ways, which somehow they still came together and made me, which is awesome. So I'm stoked on that. I'm still actually surprised that they actually got along and like long enough to make me, because they actually have fundamentally different views on a lot of philosophy, on a lot of how things work in general. Yeah, right? Opposites attract in a lot of ways, yes. It is getting deep, but I think this deepness actually matters. And we're late enough that, yeah, you know, we could write it off as the whiskey. But no, like, I don't even think I'm that shit-faced. I think we're good. I think I'm actually kind of, like, not bad. But at the end of the day, my dad brags about his typing speed, but he doesn't write software. And even 30 years ago, he didn't write software. Even before his heart attack, he didn't really write software. He was a hardware guy. When you dial a 1-800 number, it probably still goes through the computer system he designed. Right? SMS 800. 3 separate mainframe systems separated by 300 miles each, etc. Right? Using Samsung solid state memory, all that bullshit. You know, it's probably been upgraded. It's probably been majorly, like, overhauled, etc. In the mid-90s or early 90s, he designed this system that routed every single 1-800 number. Mainframe-wise. As a contractor, he worked from home a lot. It's kind of crazy. So, voice over internet protocol is different. When you dial a 1-800 system, it is still routing a landline, or technically the 1-800 number, to a landline. There's nothing that's going to change that. That's still how that exists. Maybe someone could correct that. I don't know. Maybe it's changed within the past 10 years or so, but it hasn't changed since before that. When you dial 1-800, I'd really love to know, like, someone who deals with telephony, who actually knows, like, the 1-800 system, etc. When you dial 1-800, what are the systems that you touch? I would bet money they are familiar with the term SMS 800. My dad built that entire system. Or not built, but designed. But again, I wouldn't listen to him about anything programming-wise. He says the internet is ASCII trash and it should have all been EBCDIC. Fuck that. Fuck that. My dad is just wrong. Yeah, my dad calls the internet ASCII trash, and he's just fundamentally incorrect in his statement. Right? As if ASCII versus EBCDIC actually matters. It's just a number between 0 and technically 128 meaning something. What that means being important. It isn't. Right? Technically, EBCDIC is mapped out, right? Like A through Z, capitals and lowercase, numbers and symbols, right? For ASCII, being mapped instead to a punch code, right? Like punch code system style, like mapping instead. That's what EBCDIC is. And it's fucking bullshit. Who cares, dude? It's a number equals a letter. Fuck off. It's the worst thing to die on a hill for, and my dad will happily die on that hill. It's the worst thing to die on a hill for. ASCII versus EBCDIC. It's bullshit. It doesn't matter. But he will yell at you about it. He will slap you on the knee and say, "But you don't know!" Right? Like, dude, Dad, I do. Okay? But I don't want to argue it anymore. We've done this too many times. Tell me about SMS 800 again. Right? And he'll happily tell that story. Because he's old. He loves telling stories. He's a really good storyteller, too. He's like a really entertaining storyteller. Yeah, he's great. He's dead. You know, like, you can't hate Dad. He's dead. But man, you can't listen to him about programming. That's the thing. He says C is too high level. Why not just write it in assembly? Yeah, Dad, I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say anymore about programming. No. Back in the mid-'80s, he basically wrote After Dark, you know, like the flying toasters, like screensaver thing. He wrote that for like the TI systems in assembly. He wrote a thing called Data Basic. That's basically a COBOL system. Right? It's a set of utilities for COBOL systems. He wrote that and published it to the Library of Congress. I think my mom has that book. My mom has that book, the Data Basic book. It's leather bound and published to the Library of Congress because that's how you did copyright for code back in the day. An entire book of source code written in COBOL. Yeah, my dad did that, right? It's a thing. It happens. You talk to a COBOL programmer, they've probably heard of Data Basic. Again, unknown user, he would call React ASCII trash. It's easy. I know exactly what he'd say. It's ASCII trash. I like the auto-completion for COBOL to Cobalt. That's kind of fun. But yeah, my dad would call anything internet-related ASCII trash. Right? You just don't listen to him about that stuff. You listen to the stories that are actually fun and relevant. Such as when he got sued by Belcore, he defended himself and won. That story's fantastic. That's such a good story. Oh, buddy. Oh, that's one of my favorite stories of his. And it's true. I actually have the court documents over in my closet. My dad worked for Belcore, designed SMS 800, asked for upgrades, for like $30 million worth of upgrades, and they immediately said, yeah, we got it. And he's like, whoa. You guys never say yes immediately. What's the deal? And they actually told him what the deal was, that they were overcharging customers, which means that they could eventually be sued by the U.S. constituents or the government in general because it was a contract with the government, and then they sued him to keep him quiet. That was the story, at least I've heard. I haven't read through the court docs, but yes. They say a man who defends himself in court has a fool for a client. Well, back then, my dad was that fool. Allegedly. Yeah. No, technically, this is 30 years ago or more, and the court documents are unsealed. So I could actually read these documents, and we're good. But yes, it's not actually the first time my dad was sued, and not the first time he defended himself. I think the first time he probably lost, but this time he won in New Jersey State Court. My dad's fucking awesome. I want to point that out. Just because he doesn't respect what I do, doesn't matter. Yeah, the first lawsuit, Solthoth, was from Ross Perot. Ross Perot's telecommunications company sued my dad, and I think they won. For the first one. Second time around, my dad had a little bit of experience. A lot of this is outside of the statute of limitations. Right? It's like that movie, Flash of Genius, where, right, they made that movie. The guy who did it invented like the intermittent windshield wiper. He sued Ford and lost every single fucking time. And then they finally made a movie about it. If enough time has passed, even Ford Motor Company isn't going to come after you, like, for it. You know? And Ford Motor Company is really litigious. If enough time has passed, it's he said, she said. Yeah, statute of limitations here. You can actually, like, you know, you can take an editorial slant to basically anything. For sure. But again, where this all started is basically your words per minute typing or being able to touch type and not look at your hands means fucking nothing. I really respect DMO Roy. He's a great programmer and great developer. He is a touch typer and has probably a really good words per minute. But I watched that dude undo so much code where if he just thought about the code he was going to write a bit more ahead of time, he'd be good to go. And he could just type it slower and he'd be fine. Again, I really respect DML Roy. This is not any slant towards him. This is not me saying he bad, right? This is simply me recognizing that if he just took the time to write the code properly the first time, he'd be fine. A little bit of thought goes a long way. Typing at the speed of thought does not fucking matter if you're not actually thinking. Yeah, measure twice, cut once. So yeah, in many cases, some people would say, like, well, I need to type it out to know if I'm even thinking the right thing. Like, do you not know what thoughts are? Can you not, like, think and visualize the thing you're gonna type first? There are people that cannot actually mentally visualize things, right? Aphantasia. That exists. So for those people, I get it. Just, yeah, hack out some shit code and then figure out what you need to type. If you can think fast, then yeah, then maybe typing fast is worthwhile, right? And that's where I think Prime has a good, like, advantage. And even DM and, like, you know, like Dylan and a bunch of people, right? They have already optimized around their thought process enough that their typing speed matters. But, right, like, think about it this way. 80% of your time is really thinking about the code you need to write, and writing the code is 20% of your time. They have already optimized that 80%, and that 20% is then really valuable. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I think Prime is really good at, like, he has already optimized the thinking part of what he's going to do. I think another big thing is he codes off stream. He absolutely does code off stream. And then maybe you see his finalized thought process after he's already done something off stream. I'm not saying he does everything off stream. Absolutely not. Like, no way. But let me point out, I don't do anything for my side projects off stream. Every single bit of code you've ever seen me write was me seeing it for the first time and thinking it through here on stream. And I'm not saying that makes me better or some bullshit. No. Fuck no. If you're trying to think I'm saying that, fuck you. What I'm saying is, there is a moment for thinking about the code you're going to write before you actually write it. And doing so is really important. Optimizing your thought process is important. And I think Prime and Dylan and a bunch of people have actually optimized their thought process enough that typing speed then starts to matter. If you have not optimized your thought process yet, dude, don't worry about your words per minute. Worry about thinking through the problem first. Worry about understanding the problem and like creating a mental map. Like those are like things you have to do. If you're not good at that yet, that will take you more time than hacking out some bullshit code. That's a good point, Ahmad. Yeah, I don't like TDD myself, but I do understand that, yeah, you have to think about, like, the things you need to, like, guarantee first. And then after you've guaranteed those things via tests, then all of a sudden the code itself, like, almost writes itself. Because you know it as you're doing it, right? Either the tests you wrote ahead of time pass, or they don't. So yeah, you have to think about the things that you need to have happen first. And that's hugely valuable. I get that. I don't do it myself, but I like to think about those cases personally myself. Exactly, Croucher. Yeah, people who are really good at, like, monkey type or, like, you know, like any other thing, like, I don't think that translates to actually being good at coding, right? But so many people think that's something they need to do. And people like Prime will promote that as being important because they have already optimized the 80%. So then the last 20% of actually typing things out is something they feel valid in optimizing for. If you haven't optimized the 80% of thinking about your problem, you should not worry about your typing speed at all. Because thinking about your problem and really understanding it from a higher level, knowing how the systems actually connect and all that BS is more important than typing speed. And your ability to visualize and map these things out in your head is actually the skill that you need to, like, optimize for. So yeah, that's like the main thing I'm getting at. I know it seems like I'm shitting on Prime, and I'm really not trying to. Again, recognize that I like Prime as a person. I think he's really cool. He's one of my favorite people that I look forward to meeting at TwitchCon, right? To hang out, to chat with, etc. He's one of my favorite people. His persona that he projects to the world via his content, less so. Way less so. And I hope you recognize that, right? Most of the people that you love and watch are either true and real, or they have a persona. And there's nothing wrong with having a persona because it actually makes them able to separate their content from themselves. And that's huge. That's a major thing. That's, I think, what burns out a lot of devs, where they can't separate their Twitch stream from who they are, etc. There's been plenty of times where I've felt almost burnt out. Simply because I wasn't separating my stream from me. But I think my biggest takeaway is like, instead, I need to just be me. Right? Rather than having a persona. I can't be fake nice. Being fake nice burns me out so fucking fast. That's actually typically how I burn out my, like, social buffer. Being fake nice. And keep in mind, like, we all do fake nice. We all do it, right? Here on stream, I don't feel like I have to do that. And maybe it harms my viewership numbers, but it keeps me actually wanting to stream. And I really do wonder if there's a lot of streamers out there that burn out because they feel like they have to be fake nice rather than just like talk shit to the people that make them not want to stream. I think most of us know I will absolutely talk shit to people that I don't want here in my chat. Right? So there's something to that. So yeah, let me just read your opinion, read your comment, right? Prime's demographic isn't necessarily just juniors. I wasn't saying it was. I know he has major, like, seniors in his chat. He can assume that people have gotten somewhat experience. That's why he can delve into these more nuanced problems. He might have a persona, but you don't think he says stuff he doesn't believe. Yeah, so I agree with that, Ahmad, but let me put it this way. If I were to present my reasoning about why typing speed doesn't matter in person, he'd agree. He'd totally agree. He also has the mentality like, well, I haven't learned to type fast, so I don't know that typing fast doesn't matter. He'll say that too, but come on, he knows that's bullshit. I would bet he knows that's bullshit. I just gotta say, like, nah, man, like, there are some things he does as a persona that's not him in person. And maybe the in-person thing is him being more fake, right? I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'm not sure, right? Maybe he's just being polite. That's possible. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not inside his head. I can't say. But I know that I massively prefer Prime in person than Prime as a persona. Watching someone type is a pain no matter what? I mean, Let's Boulder and Perp Skirt. Are you guys bummed out when I'm typing something out slowly? Or have you recognized that my typing speed just doesn't matter? Because I type slow. I type slower than most people you know. But my thinking speed is probably pretty good. I know, I get it. You're talking about pairing. Even in a pairing situation. I'm going to think about what I need to type first, and then type it out. I might be slow at typing it out, but we figured out what we needed before I even started typing. Calling me a senior is generous, right? It is. Yeah, the slow processing. I would agree with that entirely, Ahmad, right? The slow thought process is more influential and problematic than the slow typing process. Sure. But again, yes, because of his persona, he is exaggerating things on stream. It makes for more content. Like, it's better content if he's like, you know, making things exaggerated, right? I get that. It's like people hating on Timothée Chalamet because not every scene has him doing like extreme faces or whatever, right? Because sometimes he's muted, right? There are people that hate on Timothée Chalamet. I don't know. He seems like a good enough actor to me. I don't care. I don't give a shit. But like the criticisms I've seen are like, well, yeah, he doesn't seem to be like emoting as much as he should. Dude, not every scene deserves cartoon style emotes. Or faces, etc., right? But stream does actually encourage you to make cartoony interpretations of the things you see. I get that. I do it too. Right? Like, I can totally make a Theo face. Right? I got Theo faces for days. And I don't mean that in an offensive way. Like, I think, yeah, Theo does a really good job of having really emotive faces on his, like, thumbnails. Yeah, really good. I could do Theo style, like, emotes. Right? I can do this, man. But again, like, yeah, I don't make content enough for it to be worthwhile. So yeah, that's a totally separate thing. I'm pretty sure VJJ doesn't actually like me, but I remember I gave him a sticker sheet, right? If you haven't seen it, I gave him a sticker sheet, and he's like, oh my God, I love your face, right? Because I can make emotes, man. Yeah, right? Like if Ryan Carniato or Dan Abramov were sitting there doing like, right, type faces on their videos, you'd actually hate it, right? Certain people you expect cartoony faces from. And that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with it. This isn't shit talking. This is just understanding the differences. I will be doing some of those faces on my YouTube videos. I just don't make enough YouTube videos. That's on me. That's my fault. No, I think they all nail it. Like, none of this is shit talking. This is recognizing artistry at that point. And it's good artistry. In all cases. I'm just simply trying to understand it, and we're chatting about it as human beings do. As a human being, fuck those faces. I mean, you keep your sexual preferences out of this right now, okay? Sure, that makes sense, Ahmad. And I totally get it. Yeah, for sure, man. I think these conversations are good. I like having them. I'm stoked you guys are here. And seemingly stoked on having them. Because we can't understand it without a discussion. I don't even know some of this stuff without a proper discussion. I can make these arguments in my head all I want. Until I actually voice them, I don't actually know how I feel. I have to say it out loud. Right? I have to roll it around on the tongue a bit. See how it feels. I think there's value to these conversations without making them toxic. And I think we've done a good job so far of not making them toxic. So, hope we're good. Hope no one comes away from, like, thinking I'm talking shit. But yeah, I don't know, right? I enjoy the discussion. I enjoy the debate. After all, I'm a master debater. Right? There you go. That was a YouTube face right there, wasn't it? I didn't even do it on purpose. That was a YouTube face, though, wasn't it? Boom. YouTube face. Nailed it. Yeah, for sure. It's true. Yeah, it's rare to find good, healthy discussions on Twitter. For sure. I agree with that, too. Like, yeah. That's a bummer of it, because Twitter doesn't actually, like, encourage healthy discussion. Because healthy discussion doesn't get views, you know? All right, so yeah, we had the Ryan raid just like a little bit ago. You know, we ranted, we chatted. I didn't want to feel like you know, he raided and then we ran too. But we are at 10:20 p.m. Holy shit! I should probably eat some kind of food soon. The fact that I don't think I've gone over the line is pretty good, though. So we could keep chatting. I might need to just go, like, head to the kitchen, grab some stuff when we keep chatting. We could do that, but also, like, you know, why bogart this, like, awesome audience? Like, I should pass this on to other people, too. You know? It does help my numbers by making this go as long as I can. Obviously. Yeah, it's like 10:21. This stoner should definitely get some sleep sometime, but you know what? I just finished season 4 of Community last night. I'm in no rush to start season 5. No spoilers. Come on. I mean, 4-wheel. Troy and Abed in the morning. You guys know this show isn't real, right? Yeah, we know, Jeff. As far as up early in the morning, well, I should probably look at my calendar. I actually have 0 meetings tomorrow? That's a trap. There's no way that's accurate. Nah, there's no way that I have 0 meetings tomorrow. I do have some work I need to do. I do need to record. Technically, I got like a short I recorded today. So far, yeah, exactly. I do have some stuff I need to edit and ship and, like, you know, do some magic for sure. Hold on. Y'all want to hear the script I have for an ad that marketing asked for? I'll read it right here in front of you. No big deal. Do you have repos or issues on multiple providers? Not everybody will. Those that do will know how annoying it can be. Oh, hold on. That's not actually the good... Hold on. I got a better version of that. Here we go. Hold on. Let me restart. That was the old... That was like version 1. Here's version 2. 1 second. Do you have repos or issues on multiple providers? It can be annoying to have your PRs in one place and your issues in a completely different one. Maybe your repos are on GitHub and your issues are on Jira. Or maybe your issues are on Trello and your repos are in GitLab. No matter where your stuff is, right? On GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps, Jira, or Trello, with Focus View, you can keep track of your PRs and issues in a single clean UI within GitKraken Desktop, GitKraken CLI, in the browser on gitkraken.dev, or in VS Code with GitLens. You can use it for free with public repos, or if you need to use it for private repos, you can get started with a free 15-day trial. Boom, nailed it. Pretty good, right? Damn right. I feel like that's a pretty good, like, ad. If you end up seeing me do that ad, yeah, I actually recorded it and then did, like, the Descript, like, eye contact thing. So I'm looking right at you while I do it, even though I'm, like, reading from my thing to the side. It's only slightly uncanny valley. I think we're good. Oh, yeah, some BSy, like, slaps top of the car. You can ride these PRs for miles. Yeah, exactly. That'd be good. GitKraken. Really? Like, a mod? With GitKraken CLI, GitKraken Desktop? Were you not aware that GitKraken... Right? I said GitKraken like 4 times, man. Did you really not get that part? I don't know. I feel like that one's on you. I had an entire, like, 15 seconds of me mentioning GitKraken every 5 seconds, you know? No, it's GitKraken. GitKraken's the company I work for. That's the product I'm trying to sell you, man. Did you not get that? All right. No, like, that's not an L. I thought that was obvious. So that's on me. But also, maybe it shouldn't feel like a direct ad. And that's even better. No, it's fine, Ahmad. Don't feel bad about it. Like, no, like... Really, like, did that not feel like an ad for GitKraken? I think that's actually a good call. I had an entire paragraph that I thought was too shilly, but you didn't actually recognize it as me shilling. Yes. Okay, I'll let, like, the current ad for Twitch end. I get it. No big deal. No. So it's fine, Ahmad. What I'm getting at is we would probably end up showing, like, the GitKraken logo, and if you click the ad, it would send you to the GitKraken website and some of that BS. Like, I feel like after... it's become an actual ad, it'd be pretty obvious. But the fact that it didn't feel too shilly is pretty good, right? So, real quick, was anyone deeply offended by how shilly that, like, advertisement was? Because that's something I needed to do, but also, like, I'm trying to talk to it like a regular human being, you know? I'm a dev advocate, and marketing asked for content, and that's part of my job. So I gotta do it. Just don't mention Bitbucket and we'll be good? No, I have to mention the Bitbucket. Seen and heard way worse. All right, cool. Nailed it. Awesome. Yes. I've got another one. Hold on. I need your all's feedback on this one too. This one's way worse. I have not even thought about it. Oh, that's not the one. That's not the one. Ooh, I guess I don't have the other one recorded. Shit. Oh, hold on. No, this one sucks. You felt the pain of issues, right, being separate from your repos. And if you could see it in one UI, right, and like in the video, like in the ad itself, I would show screenshots of these things being, right, like in your focus view, etc. Right? Bam, bam, boom. Nailed it. All right, so this one sucks. I haven't done any polishing or anything for it. And honestly, discussing it last night on stream, I think I like, this is why this entire paper is torn off of my notepad, because I don't think this is like the right way to go, right? I think there's a better phrasing of the first part, but just give me a sec. Scene. I have a lot of repos for side projects. You may have a bunch through work. Several of them are open source with a few actual users. So yeah, that should have been tied to like my open things, not yours. Like, yeah, I fucked that part up. But my GitHub notifications can get a bit noisy, especially with all the Dependabot notifications. With Focus View, I can cut down on all the noise. I can mute the things that I don't care about. I can sit them off to the side and then look at the ones that I actually care about. I can filter by PRs or issues. I can also filter by workspaces to keep different projects and clients separated. And then I do like the other bit where it's like the, hold on, what was the thing? With, you know, right? You can use GetKraken Desktop, GetKraken CLI, GetKraken.dev, or VS Code with GitLens to like do the blah, blah, blah. Like I haven't really fine-tuned the messaging about that. So that's the basic gist, right? Like the noise of your PRs is like the next like ad I need to like make, right? The noise of your like notifications, etc., SNCC or whatever, right? So I think that's another good one, but again, I haven't fine-tuned like the way to say it yet. Whereas that first one, I think I did a really good job. So let's get cracking. Ooh. That's not bad. That's pretty fun. Yeah, well, I'll think about that part for sure. I'll think about that part. But yeah, like, at least as far as like, if you were to see a random ad before the next Theo video or Primogen video you're gonna watch, if you don't have like, you know, YouTube Premium, if you saw my face saying these things, would you be bummed? Or would it be okay? I mean, any ad is going to make you a little bit bummed. So I get that part. You'd click the link for me. So, I mean, my mods and regulars understand. And I get that and I appreciate you. But if you didn't know me, right? Pretend, right? Just be actors about this. Acting. If you saw these ads, would you be bummed? Because these are specifically for ads, right? The marketing team reached out for, they wanted a minute to a minute and a half. I don't think y'all want a minute and a half ads. If I can say this shit within 30 seconds, you'd be pumped, right? If I could actually condense this entire thing to less than a minute, you'd be fucking pumped, right? Yeah, I think 30 seconds is better. Yeah. So, I know, they're asking for like a minute to a minute and a half. I'm going to push back and say 30 seconds to a minute is actually their, like, focus. And should be their focus. Because devs don't want to see that shit. But, again, I kind of have to, like, work with them because I'm brand new. Like, I can't dictate shit. But I'm going to try. As a developer advocate, I will advocate for y'all wanting to watch shorter ads. I'm into that. I think that works. I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. I think that's great. So yeah, right? The things I shouted out, though, are those, like, major, like, pain points. Is there another major pain point you can think of related to, like, issues and PRs that I haven't covered yet? And that would be really cool to, like, know. Right? What are some things that you wish would be better that maybe seeing all of this stuff in one place would help you with? Maybe like mono repo wise versus like multi repo wise? Does that sound like a thing? Like, hey, I know you want to be on a mono repo, but everyone's pushing back about it. Instead, you can see the things related to your multi-repo setup in a way that feels like a monorepo. Would that be like a good ad? And I know I didn't polish any of that comment, but does that sound like worthwhile? Who here is dealing with like multiple repos that they wish was a monorepo? You're fighting for a monorepo right now. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, target full stack devs that maybe have multi-repos to work with. You're in microservice hell right now, so that would solve that. Okay. All right. I'm making a note to self. Yeah. Give me a second. Sorry. Ad. Are you in a multi-repo setup that you would like to treat as a mono repo? You can use Focus for that right now. Boom. Nailed it. All right. Yeah, that really helps. Yeah. Yeah, that was really good feedback. Right? Maybe you're in microservice hell. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, Mac Mini. Come on, don't be a jerk. Maybe you were dealing with maybe too many microservices or something, right? Yeah. Dude, this was huge. Oh. Honestly, I think the skit idea would be really fun. It would take a lot of like production value and like script writing, but you're not wrong. That would be really good. Skit. No mono repo? No problem. Oh, dude, that's really good. Yeah, I really like that. Thank you, Ahmad. Hold on. Patent pending? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Just saying, like, do I have permission to use that idea? If not, I'll scrap it. I'll delete it. For a Denny's gift card, what if we could give you a... No, I get that. What if we were to be able to, like, give you, like a year subscription to Get Kraken? Right? I don't think it would cost us anything to do so, and then maybe, like, hey, if you got it, you might try it out. I'm not saying I can do it. I'm, like, again, I haven't even, like, braced the subject of this with people about, like, what I can gift for these things, etc. But, yeah, hold on. Let me make a note of that. And, hold on. So, Amada Chino... Right? Because, like, seriously, something like that would cost us nothing. Right? You're not using it right now anyway. And maybe you actually start using it and realize that, oh shit, like, it solves problems for you. Shit. Like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah. You do a lot of meme skits on tech Twitter. You're a dev for Disney Plus, so this stuff comes to you? Yeah, like, no, that sounds great, man. Yeah, and I see that. I will follow you back. Oh, I already follow you. Oh, hold on, Ahmad. Yeah. I know. I get it. Say that. I already follow you on Twitter because, yeah, dude, that recruiter fucking sucks. That dude fucking sucks. But again, I think some of the content other people have made, dragging him through the mud, is a little far. But yes, I am glad that you got the support that you got from it, right? Again, I've heard that other people had the same problem, so that's a bit of an issue, right? Like, with that same person, so like, dude, that dude almost deserves to be dragged through the mud a little bit. But yeah, some other people really were, like, overly harsh. And I hope there's no, like, posts about anyone, like, harassing him. But the more it gets blown up from, like, Twitter and Theo and, you know, Prime, maybe even, like, I'm not sure, the more chance there is that it's, like, it takes a turn for the worst. Which is not what you intended. Right? So yeah, I think that can be tough. That can be tough. He does have a track record. He has berated many people. He swore at his previous CEO. Like, so yeah, that dude sucks. But again, like, I can understand that when things get, like, blown up to a certain level, it may not deserve that. But again, I don't fucking know. I'm not involved. I just... Okay, Amadachino, it's the same name, so I should have recognized that. That's my bad. So, happy to have you. I was following the entire thing since the start of it. Yeah, followed you, like, pretty much the moment I found out about it. So, yeah. Right, he's been punished enough, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally get you, right? News agencies should not call him out by name and instead focus on, like, the epidemic of recruiters being too harsh or something, right? Like, it should be not about the person, but more about recruiters in general. And I think that would be incredibly valid because we've all dealt with shit recruiters. I dealt with a recruiter for Facebook at one point who told me I was not qualified because I didn't know the difference between call and apply in JavaScript. Motherfucker, who memorizes that? Fuck you! If that's the criteria, I don't want to work at Facebook. So yeah, like, I get that. Shit recruiters actually ruin companies, right? I'll never apply to Facebook again because of that one shit recruiter. You didn't have JSON on your resume. Dude. Oh my God, right? Because you didn't just fucking pad your resume with bullshit like keywords. Yeah, dude. Right? Bad recruiters are actually a major problem in the industry in general. So I think as long as things pit to that, right? Not the specific individual, right? The individual is just a person. Recruiters in general are actually incentivized to do this type of like bullshit like filtering. And that's the bigger problem. So yeah. I appreciate the way you're framing that. Like, for sure, man. Right? News agencies. Not worth giving the dude's name. Instead, it's an industry problem. Yeah, the culture around recruitment is the issue, right? Rather than one bad individual, right? He wouldn't be that way if his entire profession didn't promote it, you know? Didn't actually encourage that kind of shit. So yeah, for sure. I totally agree, and I'm glad I already follow you. Fuck yeah. Yeah, glad to have you chatting, man. I didn't realize I was talking with a celebrity. Like, yeah, sorry, I'm just bullshitting. Again, also, you are at this point. But, yeah, I'm not trying to, like, you know, not trying to make it a big thing. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. However, we are at the point where I should probably get food in my belly. I should probably head over to gaming stream for at least, like, an hour or so. I need food in my belly. If I don't eat and I just treat like the lemonades as a meal, that's not healthy. Whiskey lemonade is not a meal. So yeah, real quick, I'll be over on gaming here in a bit. We'll do something while I probably cook some dumplings. They're super quick, like 10 minutes or so. And then I don't know what game I'm going to play while I'm over there. Maybe Helldivers, maybe just some, like, something mellow, like Monkey Island, the remake, like, or the new one. And I'll be back here tomorrow, right? Same Chris time, same Chris channel. I don't have a single meeting scheduled tomorrow. Not a single meeting scheduled tomorrow. Which means I might start streaming maybe at 11 if I get enough like editing and stuff done, but probably noon. And then Thirsty Friday, which isn't a thing, but Friday doesn't need like a fancy name. Whiskeys will be drank. So yeah, we'll be chilling. We'll be hanging out. And yeah, let's go see what's on. And honestly, like, your idea for that skit is really good. Gotta practice some guitar and go to sleep? Ooh, Ahmad, if you save up enough channel points, you can make me play guitar. I bet there's some people out there that actually have the channel points. I would appreciate them not using them right now, but early in stream tomorrow, feel free. Yeah, if we could set up a meeting for noon tomorrow, that'd be great. Did you get the new TPS reports? Oh, no, sorry. I don't play any other people's songs. I play my own. I got like a couple, I got like 3 songs of my own that I play. But they're like finger picking. They're fun, good, but they're kind of fun. Oh, yeah, sorry. Coding with Strangers, we're about to finish up. I'm sorry. Who should we go raid, though? I mean, creativity? It's the same 3 songs I've played for the past, like, 10 years. So, yeah, it's not that creative. But they're mine, at least. So, Lettuce Bowler, hold on. Don't redeem them right now. Just redeem them tomorrow, and I'll play it. For sure. Yeah, redeem it tomorrow, like, after news crawl, and we're good to go. But yeah, we need to go find someone to raid. Let's figure that out. Who's going right now? I'm going to refresh. We're going to look at it. I can't believe that Snowcone's still going. She's doing art. So yeah, maybe she would not prefer raid right now. We see Rython Dev doing just chatting and doing work from home stuff. Snowcone doing art. We could go raid Snowcone. I think she'd be okay with it. Oh, Chrono! Oh, hold on. We have not raided Chrono in a long time. Yeah, for sure. And Chrono has raided us a bunch. Chrono is awesome. He's such a cool dude. He's like a data scientist. Like, he's awesome. Yeah, he's really good. So let's go raid Chrono. He'll probably end pretty soon, but whatever. We can go raid him. He's a really good photographer too. And hold on, make sure my computer is in bed. There we go. That was weird. And yeah, let's definitely like chat more. I like the ideas you had. Like, Ahmad, that was awesome. Like, dude, the skit idea. I really think some skits would be awesome, like for marketing, etc. Like, yeah, I'm a dev advocate, so I'm basically marketing. I'm not gonna reboot before a gaming stream, but I'll maybe try and reboot before mainstream tomorrow. But yeah, let's go raid Chrono Zero. That's definitely the right stream, so yeah, we're good. Yeah, dude, my PC was really not happy with that. That was gnarly. Yeah, I'll be hopping over on gaming stream. We'll watch just some random show. Maybe Father Ted, maybe Red Dwarf. You know, just some show that we can watch for like a short bit while I make some BSE like dumplings. I'm thinking dumplings, but I could just do like cheese and crackers. We'll see. God, dumplings just sound so good. Oh, you have some questions about like your Astro thing, right? Yeah, for sure. I can totally answer questions about Astro over on like other stream. I'll see you over there in a bit, for sure. Hell yeah, FD. Yes, sir. But yeah, I'm gonna click that button. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream that we went way too late on, and thanks for hanging out. Hold on. Who's actually over on YouTube? Nobody? Oh, one person? Oh, that's cool. Thank y'all. But yeah, anyway, I'll see you soon. Later.